I want to start today by addressing something many of you in this room have lived through. He paused, scanning the room with empathy. For decades, schools relied on one dominant teaching style: read-write instruction. Teachers taught from the board, assigned worksheets, gave written tests, and expected students to learn by reading, copying, and memorizing. A few people in the audience nodded immediately. Michael continued, "That method works beautifully if a student's brain is wired for read-write learning. But if a student's brain is wired differently, visual, auditory, kinesthetic, or multisensory, then that classroom becomes a battlefield." He let that land. And here's the painful truth. When a child didn't learn through read-write instruction, the school didn't change the instruction. They changed the child. A ripple of recognition moved through the room. Michael continued, "Many of you were told you were slow. Many of you were told you weren't trying. Many of you were told you were disruptive, unfocused, or defiant. And many of you were placed in special education, not because you had a disability, but because the teaching style didn't match your learning style." Several people nodded harder now. Some whispered, "That was me." Michael went deeper. "Let's talk about the little yellow bus." For years, students who didn't fit the read-write mold were pulled out of class, placed in lower-level groups, or transported separately. Not because they lacked intelligence, but because the system lacked flexibility. He paced slowly. Imagine being a visual learner in a read-write classroom. The teacher is talking. The board is full of text. The worksheets are full of text. Your brain is screaming for pictures, diagrams, demonstrations, anything visual. But none of that is offered. He paused. So what happens? You look away. You doodle. You fidget. You stare out the window. You ask questions that seem off topic. You try to make sense of what you're hearing. He nodded gently, and the teacher interprets that as, "This child isn't paying attention. This child is behind. This child needs to be moved back." A few people in the room murmured in agreement. Michael continued, "Now imagine being a kinesthetic learner, someone who learns by doing. You need movement. You need hands-on activities. You need to touch, build, manipulate, explore." He shook his head softly. But in a read-write classroom, movement is seen as misbehavior. So the kinesthetic learner gets labeled hyperactive, disruptive, ADHD, needs to be separated. He let the silence speak. And then there's the auditory learner, the student who learns best by listening, speaking, and discussing. But in a read-write classroom, talking is discouraged. Discussion is limited. Everything is silent, written, and rigid. He sighed. So the auditory learner gets labeled as talkative, distracting, not following directions. The room was fully engaged now. Michael continued, "And here's the heartbreaking part. Once a child is labeled, the system rarely revisits that label. A placement made in third grade can follow a student all the way to high school. A misunderstanding becomes a permanent record. A mismatch becomes a life sentence." He paused, letting the weight settle. Many of you in this room were not placed in special education because you had a disability. You were placed there because the school didn't understand how your brain learns. A few people wiped their eyes. And the consequences were real. Missed opportunities, lower expectations, reduced access to advanced classes, damaged confidence, shame, feeling less than, feeling broken, feeling like school wasn't for you. He stepped closer to the audience. "But here's the truth. There was never anything wrong with you. There was something wrong with the system." The room went silent. Michael concluded, "Today, we're going to correct that. We're going to show you the 5 different ways people learn. We're going to show you how your brain actually works. And we're going to help you reclaim the opportunities you lost, not by going back, but by understanding yourself now." He stepped back. "Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Blake for the clinical interpretation."
Blake stood slowly, giving the room a moment to breathe after Michael's words. He stepped forward with that grounded presence that always made people feel safe. "Thank you, Michael," he said softly. "That was powerful, and it was necessary." He turned to the audience. "I want to take a moment to translate what you just heard into the clinical language, the brain-based explanation, so you understand exactly what happened to you, and why it wasn't your fault. When a child is placed in a classroom that does not match their learning style, the brain goes into what we call cognitive dissonance. That means the brain is trying to learn in a way it was not designed to learn." He paused. "And when the brain is forced to operate outside its natural pathway, it does not perform poorly because it is broken. It performs poorly because it is misaligned." A few people nodded slowly. Blake continued. "In neuroscience, we talk about input pathways, the routes information takes into the brain. Some brains take in information visually, some auditorily, some through movement, some through reading and writing, some through a combination." He gestured gently toward the audience. "But when a teacher uses only one pathway, read-write, the students whose brains do not use that pathway are immediately placed at a disadvantage." He let that settle. "And here's the part that hurts. Instead of asking, 'What is this child's learning pathway?' the system asked, 'What is wrong with this child?'" A few people exhaled sharply. Blake continued. "When a child is misunderstood, the brain responds with shame, withdrawal, anxiety, frustration, self-doubt, and eventually, learned helplessness." He spoke slowly, carefully. Learned helplessness is when a child stops trying because they believe nothing they do will work. Not because they're lazy, not because they're slow, but because the system taught them that their effort doesn't matter. The room went quiet, and once a child internalizes that message, it follows them into adulthood. Into relationships, into jobs, into self-esteem, into every room they walk into. He looked around the room with compassion. "So if you ever felt like you weren't good enough, if you ever felt like school wasn't for you, if you ever felt like you were behind everyone else, I want you to hear me clearly." He paused. "There was never anything wrong with your intelligence. There was something wrong with the environment." A few people wiped their eyes. Blake concluded. "Today is about reclaiming the truth of who you are. Not the labels you were given. Not the assumptions that were made about you. Not the mistakes the system made." He stepped back slightly. "And now, I'm going to turn it over to Tarquin, because he's going to tell you what this looked like in real life, in real homes, in real communities." He nodded toward Tarquin. Tarquin stood slowly, smoothing the front of his shirt once, not out of nerves but out of intention. He stepped forward with a presence that felt steady, compassionate, and deeply grounded. "Thank you, Blake," he began, his voice calm and clear. "Now I want to talk about what this looked like outside the classroom, in real homes, in real families, in real communities." He looked around the room, making eye contact with several attendees who were already nodding. "Because while Blake just explained the science, I'm going to explain the experience." He took a breath. "When a child is misunderstood in school, the entire family feels the impact. Parents receive phone calls, notes come home, meetings are scheduled, and the message is often the same. Your child is behind. Your child is not focusing. Your child is not trying. Your child needs to be moved." He shook his head slowly. "And parents begin to feel as though they are failing. Children begin to feel as though they are disappointing everyone. And the entire household becomes heavy with frustration and confusion." A few people murmured in agreement. Tarquin continued. "I have seen children come home and throw their backpacks because they are exhausted from feeling inadequate. I have seen parents cry in the kitchen because they do not know how to help. I have seen families argue because no one understands what is truly happening. He paused. And what is truly happening is simple. The child was not broken. The teaching approach was. He let that sit. Some individuals in this room were placed on that little yellow bus, not because they needed it, but because the school did not know how to support their learning style. Several people nodded firmly. Tarquin continued. And once a child is labeled, the community often begins to treat them differently. Children tease them. Teachers lower their expectations. Family members whisper. People assume they are slow, unmotivated, or destined to struggle. He shook his head gently. But here is the truth. You were not slow. You were not unmotivated. You were not behind. You were mismatched. He stepped closer to the audience, his tone steady and sincere. And that mismatch followed many of you into adulthood. It affected your confidence, your choices, your jobs, your relationships, your sense of worth. But today, we begin rewriting that story. Today, we tell the truth. Today, we return to you what the system took away. And now that we have addressed the harm, it is time to address the truth. He stepped back. Let's bring up the next specialist, the one who will explain the 5 different ways people actually learn.
Jonathan stood and approached the front of the room with a confident, grounded presence. He waited for the room to settle, then began. Thank you, Michael, for laying the foundation. Now that we understand how mislabeling and misplacement happened, it's time to talk about the truth, the science of how people actually learn. He paused, letting the room lean in. For decades, schools acted as if there was only one way to learn. Read write. But neuroscience, cognitive psychology, and decades of research tell a very different story. He lifted a hand. There are 5 primary learning pathways. Not 1, not 2, 5. A few people nodded, already curious. He continued. And every single person in this room uses one of these pathways, or a combination of them, to take in information, store it, and recall it. He clicked to the first slide. 1. Visual learning. These learners understand best through images, diagrams, charts, colors, and spatial relationships. If you show them a picture, they get it instantly. If you give them a paragraph, they may struggle. He smiled gently. Visual learners were often mislabeled as daydreamers because they looked away from the board, not realizing their brain was trying to create a mental picture. 2. Auditory learning. These learners understand best through listening, speaking, rhythm, tone, and discussion. They learn by hearing information and repeating it out loud. He shook his head softly. But in a silent, read-write classroom, auditory learners were punished for talking, even though talking was their learning tool. 3. Read-write learning. These learners thrive with text. They love lists, notes, essays, and written instructions. They excel in traditional classrooms because the system was built for them. He gestured toward the audience. But they are only one of the 5 learning types, not the standard. 4. Kinesthetic learning. These learners understand through movement, touch, hands-on activities, building, creating, and physical engagement. He nodded. Kinesthetic learners were the ones who couldn't sit still, not because they were misbehaving, but because their brain learns through motion. 5. Multi-sensory learning. These learners need a combination, visual plus auditory, or auditory plus movement, or visual plus hands-on. He continued. Multi-sensory learners are incredibly intelligent, but they were often misunderstood because they didn't fit neatly into one category. He stepped closer to the audience. Now here's the key point. None of these learning styles are better or worse than the others. They are simply different pathways into the brain. He let that settle. And when a child's learning style does not match the teaching style, the child struggles, not because of ability, but because of mismatch. He clicked to the next slide. Why schools misunderstood these learning styles. For decades, schools used a one-size-fits-all approach. They taught one way. They tested one way. They measured intelligence one way. He shook his head. And if your brain didn't match that one way, you were labeled. He listed them. Slow, behind, disruptive, unfocused, not trying, special ed, remedial, behavior problem. He paused. But the truth is, your brain was never the problem. The teaching method was. How learning styles affect real life. Jonathan continued. Learning styles don't just affect school. They affect memory, attention, comprehension, problem solving, test taking, job performance, confidence, communication, relationships, self-esteem. He looked around the room. Some of you thought you were bad at school. Some of you thought you weren't smart. Some of you thought you were behind everyone else. He shook his head gently. But you weren't behind. You were misunderstood. He concluded. Today is about reclaiming your learning identity. Today is about understanding how your brain works. Today is about giving you the language, the tools, and the confidence to say, I learn differently, and that's not a disorder. He stepped back. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Blake for the clinical interpretation.
Matthew stood and approached the front of the room with a calm, confident presence. He waited for the room to settle, then began. Thank you, Jonathan. Now that we've explored the 5 learning pathways, I want to take us deeper into the concept that ties all of this together, neurodiversity. He paused, letting the word settle in the air. Neurodiversity is the understanding that human brains are naturally different from one another. Not defective, not disordered, not broken, different. He continued. For decades, society operated under the assumption that there was one normal brain, one standard way to think, learn, communicate, and behave. Anyone who fell outside that narrow definition was labeled. He listed them: slow, inattentive, oppositional, learning disabled, special ed, behind, difficult. He shook his head gently. But modern neuroscience tells a very different story. There is no single, normal, brain. There is only neurological diversity, a spectrum of wiring patterns, processing styles, and cognitive strengths. He clicked to the first slide. Neurodiversity means that differences in learning, attention, memory, communication, and sensory processing are natural variations of the human brain, not flaws. He continued. It includes individuals who are visual learners, auditory learners, kinesthetic learners, multisensory learners, autistic, ADHD, dyslexic, dyscalculic, gifted, twice exceptional, and everything in between. He paused. These are not deficits. They are neurological profiles. For most of modern education, the system was built around one type of brain, the read-write, language-dominant, sit-still-and-listen learner. He gestured toward the audience. But that is only one type of brain. And it is not the majority. He continued. When a neurodiverse child entered a classroom designed for a single learning style, the child struggled, not because of ability, but because of incompatibility. He let that settle. And instead of adjusting the environment, the system adjusted the child. He spoke with calm seriousness. When neurodiverse learners are misunderstood, they experience chronic stress, shame, anxiety, sensory overload, academic avoidance, behavioral misinterpretation, and long-term damage to self-esteem. He paused. And many of you in this room lived through that. A few people nodded quietly. He shifted his tone to something warm and empowering. But here's what the system failed to recognize. Neurodiverse brains are often the most creative, innovative, intuitive, and resilient thinkers in the room. He listed examples. Visual learners excel at spatial reasoning and pattern recognition. Auditory learners excel at communication and memory. Kinesthetic learners excel at problem solving and hands-on mastery. Multi-sensory learners excel at adaptability and integration. ADHD minds excel at rapid-fire thinking and creativity. Dyslexic minds excel at big-picture reasoning and innovation. Autistic minds excel at precision, focus, and deep expertise. He looked around the room. These are strengths, not weaknesses. He concluded, understanding neurodiversity is not about labeling people. It is about liberating them. It is about giving individuals the language to understand themselves, the tools to advocate for their needs, and the confidence to reclaim their identity. He stepped back. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Blake for the clinical interpretation.
Blake stood again, giving the room a moment to absorb everything Matthew had just explained. His posture was steady, his tone warm but precise, the kind of presence that makes people feel both safe and respected. "Thank you, Matthew," he began. "That was an excellent explanation of neurodiversity. I want to take a moment now to translate what you just heard into the clinical framework, the neurological reality behind these differences." He clasped his hands gently. When we talk about neurodiversity, we are talking about variations in neural architecture, the way the brain is structured, the way it processes information, and the way it responds to the world. He continued. Every brain has a unique pattern of connectivity. Some brains have stronger visual spatial networks. Some have stronger auditory language networks. Some have stronger motor sensory networks. Some have stronger integrative networks. He paused. These differences are not errors. They are designs. He let that settle. In clinical terms, neurodiversity reflects differences in neural wiring, sensory processing, executive functioning, attention patterns, communication pathways, memory systems, and cognitive strengths. He looked around the room. When a neurodiverse individual is placed in an environment that aligns with their wiring, they thrive. When they are placed in an environment that conflicts with their wiring, they struggle, not because of ability, but because of incompatibility. He spoke slowly, clearly. This is why so many of you felt out of place in school. The environment was not built for your brain. He continued. And when a child repeatedly experiences environments that do not match their wiring, the brain begins to associate learning with stress. This can lead to chronic anxiety, avoidance, shutdown, emotional fatigue, and long-term self-doubt. He softened his tone. But none of that reflects your intelligence. It reflects the conditions you were placed in. He stepped back slightly. And now, I'm going to turn it over to Tarquin, who will explain what these neurological differences look like in real families, real communities, and real lives. He nodded toward Tarquin. Tarquin stood with a composed, steady presence. He stepped forward, his tone warm but precise. "Thank you, Blake," he began. "Now I want to talk about what neurodiversity looks like in everyday life, because these neurological differences don't exist in isolation. They exist in homes, in families, in classrooms, and in communities." He looked around the room, making thoughtful eye contact. When a child has a neurodiverse brain, the signs often appear long before anyone uses the word neurodiversity. Parents notice that their child learns differently. Teachers notice that the child responds differently. The child notices that they do not fit the mold. He continued. And when the environment does not match the child's wiring, the child begins to feel misunderstood. Not because they lack ability, but because the world around them is not built for the way they think. He paused. I have worked with families who spent years trying to understand why their child struggled in one setting but excelled in another. I have seen children who were labeled as inattentive, when they were simply overwhelmed by sensory input. I have seen children labeled as unmotivated, when they were actually discouraged by repeated misunderstanding. He let the room breathe. And when a child is misunderstood, the emotional impact is significant. They begin to question themselves. They begin to internalize frustration. They begin to believe they are the problem. He shook his head gently. But the truth is that the child was never the problem. The environment was not aligned with their brain. He stepped slightly closer to the audience. When neurodiversity is understood, everything changes. Families gain clarity. Children gain confidence. Teachers gain insight. And individuals begin to see themselves accurately, not through the lens of labels, but through the lens of their strengths. He concluded, understanding neurodiversity is not just about education. It is about dignity. It is about identity. It is about restoring what misunderstanding took away. He stepped back. And now that we have explored the neurological and emotional dimensions, we are ready for the next specialist.
Zora stood and approached the front of the room with a calm, composed confidence. She waited for the room to settle, then began. Thank you, Matthew. Now that we've explored neurodiversity and the brain-based explanation behind learning differences, I want to talk about something equally important, communication and processing differences. She paused, letting the room lean in. When people hear the word communication, they often think of speaking. But communication is much broader than that. It includes how we understand language, how we interpret tone, how we process instructions, how we organize thoughts, and how we express ourselves. She continued. And just like learning styles, communication styles vary widely from person to person. Some individuals process language quickly. Some need more time. Some rely heavily on visual cues. Some rely on tone. Some need movement or repetition. Some need silence before responding. She clicked to the first slide. Auditory processing is not about hearing, it is about how the brain interprets what it hears. She explained, some individuals hear every word clearly, but the brain needs more time to decode the meaning. Some hear instructions but cannot hold them in working memory. Some struggle when information is delivered too quickly. Some need repetition or rephrasing. She paused. These individuals were often labeled as inattentive or unfocused, when in reality, their brains simply needed a different pace. Language processing involves understanding vocabulary, sentence structure, figurative language, and verbal instructions. She continued, some individuals understand concrete language easily but struggle with abstract concepts. Some understand spoken language but struggle to express themselves verbally. Some need visual support to anchor meaning. Some need time to organize their thoughts before speaking. She nodded gently. These individuals were often misunderstood as slow or confused, when they were actually processing deeply. Expressive communication is how we share our thoughts, feelings, and ideas. She explained, some individuals speak fluently but struggle to find the right words under pressure. Some communicate better through writing than speaking. Some communicate better through movement, gesture, or demonstration. Some communicate best when they are calm and regulated. She paused. These individuals were often labeled as shy, withdrawn, or unprepared, when they simply communicated differently. Social communication involves reading tone, facial expressions, body language, and social cues. She continued, some individuals take language literally. Some miss subtle cues. Some need direct, clear communication. Some need predictable routines. Some need time to warm up socially. She looked around the room. These individuals were often labeled as awkward, rude, or uninterested, when they were simply processing differently. Processing speed is not intelligence. It is the rate at which the brain takes in, organizes, and responds to information. She explained. Some individuals process quickly, some process slowly, some process deeply, some process in layers. She paused. And when a child with slower processing speed is placed in a fast-paced environment, they struggle, not because they lack ability, but because the pace is incompatible with their brain. Zora stepped closer to the audience. When communication and processing differences are misunderstood, individuals experience frustration, shutdown, anxiety, mislabeling, social isolation, academic struggles, and long-term self-doubt. But when these differences are understood, individuals thrive. They communicate more confidently. They learn more effectively. They build stronger relationships. They feel seen. She concluded. Communication differences are not deficits. They are variations in how the brain processes the world. And when we understand them, we create environments where every individual can succeed. She stepped back. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Blake for the clinical interpretation.
Blake stepped forward again, giving the room a moment to settle after Zora's presentation. His presence was steady, grounded, and reassuring, the kind of presence that helps people breathe a little easier. "Thank you, Zora," he began. "That was an excellent breakdown of communication and processing differences. I want to take a moment now to translate what you just heard into the clinical framework, the neurological explanation behind these patterns." He clasped his hands gently. When we talk about communication and processing differences, we are talking about how the brain receives information, how it organizes that information, and how it produces a response. He continued, "These differences are rooted in variations in neural pathways, the speed, efficiency, and connectivity of the circuits responsible for language, memory, attention, and sensory integration." He paused. "These are not signs of low intelligence. They are signs of different processing architecture." He let that settle. In clinical terms, communication and processing differences can involve auditory processing, receptive language, expressive language, working memory, processing speed, executive functioning, sensory integration, and social communication pathways. He looked around the room. When a child with slower processing speed is placed in a fast-paced environment, the child struggles, not because they lack ability, but because the pace is incompatible with their brain. He continued, "When a child with auditory processing differences is given rapid verbal instructions, the child may miss information, not because they are inattentive, but because their brain needs more time to decode the message." He spoke slowly, clearly. And when a child with expressive language differences is asked to respond immediately, they may freeze, not because they don't know the answer, but because they need time to organize their thoughts. These differences are often misinterpreted as defiance, disinterest, or lack of effort. But clinically, they are none of those things. He paused. When communication and processing differences are misunderstood, the emotional impact can be significant. Frustration, shutdown, anxiety, avoidance, social withdrawal, and long-term self-doubt. He looked around the room with compassion. But when these differences are understood, individuals thrive. They communicate more confidently. They learn more effectively. They feel seen. He stepped back slightly. "And now, I'm going to turn it over to Tarquin, who will explain what these communication and processing differences look like in real homes, real families, and real communities." He nodded toward Tarquin. Tarquin stepped forward with his usual calm, steady presence. His tone was warm, precise, and deeply respectful, the voice of someone who has spent years helping families understand what they were never taught. "Thank you, Blake," he began. "Now I want to talk about what communication and processing differences look like in everyday life, Because these differences don't just show up in classrooms. They show up in homes, in conversations, in relationships, and in daily routines. He looked around the room, making thoughtful eye contact. When a child processes language more slowly, parents may think the child is ignoring them. When a child struggles to express themselves verbally, adults may assume the child is being evasive. When a child needs instructions repeated, teachers may assume the child is not paying attention. He paused, but what is actually happening is that the child's brain is working differently, not incorrectly. He continued, I have worked with families who spent years believing their child was being difficult, when the child was simply overwhelmed by the pace of communication. I have seen children who shut down during conversations because they needed more time to process. I have seen children who were labeled as incooperative, when they were actually trying their best to keep up. He let the room breathe, and when these differences are misunderstood, the emotional impact is real. Children begin to feel inadequate. Parents begin to feel frustrated. Communication becomes strained, and the home becomes a place of tension rather than understanding. He stepped slightly closer to the audience. But when families learn how their child processes information, everything changes. Conversations become clearer. Expectations become realistic. Children feel respected. Parents feel empowered. And communication becomes a bridge instead of a barrier. He concluded, understanding communication and processing differences is not just about improving speech or language. It is about restoring connection. It is about strengthening relationships. It is about giving individuals the dignity of being understood. He stepped back, and now that we have explored the clinical and community perspectives, we are ready for the next specialist.
Eugene stood and approached the front of the room with a calm, grounded presence. He waited for the room to settle, then began. Thank you, Zora. Now that we've explored communication and processing differences, I want to talk about something that affects every individual in this room: emotional regulation and behavioral interpretation. He paused, allowing the room to lean in. Emotional regulation is the ability to manage your internal state, your stress, your frustration, your impulses, your reactions, in a way that allows you to function effectively. He continued, and behavioral interpretation is the ability to understand what someone's behavior actually means, rather than what it appears to mean on the surface. He clicked to the first slide. Many people grow up believing that emotional control is something you either have or you don't. But clinically, emotional regulation is a learned skill, one that develops through modeling, support, and practice. He explained, children who grow up in chaotic, unpredictable, or high-stress environments often struggle with emotional regulation because their nervous system learned to stay on alert. He paused. This is not a character flaw. It is a survival adaptation. Every behavior you see, every outburst, shutdown, withdrawal, or reaction, is driven by the nervous system. He continued, when the nervous system is regulated, individuals can think clearly, communicate effectively, and make responsible decisions. When the nervous system is dysregulated, the brain shifts into survival mode. He listed the 3 survival states: fight, flight, freeze. These states are not choices. They are automatic responses. Eugene stepped closer to the audience. Many of you in this room were punished for behaviors that were actually signs of stress, confusion, or overwhelm. He continued, a child who shuts down is often labeled as defiant. A child who fidgets is labeled as disruptive. A child who reacts emotionally is labeled as disrespectful. A child who withdraws is labeled as unmotivated. He shook his head gently. But these behaviors are often signs of a nervous system that is struggling, not a child who is misbehaving. Emotional regulation directly affects learning. When the nervous system is calm, the brain can absorb information.
When the nervous system is overwhelmed, learning becomes nearly impossible. He explained. This is why some students excel in calm environments but struggle in chaotic ones. It is why some students perform well one day and shut down the next. It is why some students appear inconsistent. He paused. Inconsistency is often a sign of emotional overload, not lack of effort. Eugene continued. When we interpret behavior through a clinical lens, we see the underlying cause rather than the surface reaction. He listed examples. A child who talks excessively may be seeking regulation. A child who avoids tasks may be overwhelmed. A child who argues may be trying to regain control. A child who isolates may be protecting themselves from overstimulation. A child who explodes may have exceeded their emotional capacity. These are not moral failures. They are nervous system responses. He looked around the room with compassion. Many adults in this room learn to survive, not regulate. You learn to push through stress, not process it. You learn to react quickly, not pause. You learn to protect yourself, not express yourself. He paused. And none of that is your fault. He concluded. Emotional regulation is not about suppressing emotions. It is about understanding them. It is about recognizing what your nervous system is trying to tell you. It is about responding rather than reacting. He stepped back. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Blake for the clinical interpretation.
Blake stepped forward once more, giving the room a moment to breathe after Eugene's presentation. His presence was steady and reassuring, the kind of presence that helps people feel grounded even when the topic is heavy. Thank you, Eugene, he began. That was an excellent explanation of emotional regulation and behavioral interpretation. I want to take a moment now to translate what you just heard into the clinical framework, the neurological and psychological mechanisms behind these patterns. He clasped his hands gently. When we talk about emotional regulation, we are talking about the brain's ability to manage internal states, stress, frustration, fear, disappointment, excitement, in a way that allows a person to function effectively. He continued, emotional regulation is not instinctive. It is not automatic. It is not something a child is born knowing how to do. It is a learned skill, shaped by environment, modeling, and nervous system development. He paused. When a child grows up in an environment that is unpredictable, chaotic, or emotionally inconsistent, the nervous system adapts by staying on alert. This is not misbehavior. This is survival. He let that settle. In clinical terms, emotional dysregulation is often rooted in chronic stress, sensory overload, unmet needs, inconsistent expectations, trauma, communication mismatches, and nervous system hyperactivation. He looked around the room. When the nervous system is overwhelmed, the brain shifts into survival mode. This is where we see the fight, flight, and freeze responses. He spoke slowly, clearly. These responses are not choices. They are automatic neurological reactions. He continued. This is why a child may shut down when overwhelmed. Why a child may explode when overstimulated. Why a child may withdraw when confused. Why a child may argue when they feel out of control. He softened his tone. These behaviors are often misinterpreted as disrespect, defiance, or lack of effort. But clinically, they are signs of a nervous system that is struggling. He paused. When emotional regulation is misunderstood, the consequences can be long-lasting. Shame, anxiety, avoidance, low self-esteem, difficulty trusting adults, difficulty trusting themselves, and a lifelong belief that they are too much or not enough. He looked around the room with compassion. But when emotional regulation is understood, Truly understood, individuals begin to heal. They learn to identify their triggers. They learn to understand their reactions. They learn to regulate rather than suppress. They learn to respond rather than react. He stepped back slightly. And now, I'm going to turn it over to Tarquin, who will explain what these emotional and behavioral patterns look like in real homes, real families, and real communities. He nodded toward Tarquin. Tarquin stepped forward with his usual calm, steady presence. His tone was warm, precise, and deeply respectful, the voice of someone who has spent years helping families understand what they were never taught. "Thank you, Blake," he began. "Now I want to talk about what emotional regulation and behavioral interpretation look like in everyday life, because these patterns don't just show up in classrooms. They show up in homes, in relationships, in conversations, and in moments of stress." He looked around the room, making thoughtful eye contact. When a child becomes overwhelmed and shuts down, adults may assume the child is being defiant. When a child reacts emotionally, adults may assume the child is being dramatic. When a child withdraws, adults may assume the child is being unmotivated. When a child argues, adults may assume the child is being disrespectful. He paused. But what is actually happening is that the child's nervous system is overwhelmed, and the behavior is a signal, not a choice. He continued. I have worked with families who spent years believing their child was misbehaving, when the child was actually overstimulated. I have seen children who were punished for shutting down, when they were simply trying to cope. I have seen children labeled as problematic, when they were actually exhausted from trying to regulate emotions they were never taught how to manage. He let the room breathe. And when these patterns are misunderstood, the emotional impact is significant. Children begin to feel ashamed of their reactions. Parents begin to feel frustrated and helpless. Communication breaks down. Relationships become strained. He stepped slightly closer to the audience. But when families learn how emotional regulation works, when they understand the nervous system, the triggers, the patterns, everything changes. Children feel safer. Parents feel more confident. Behavior becomes communication rather than conflict. And the home becomes a place of understanding rather than tension. He concluded, understanding emotional regulation is not about controlling behavior. It is about understanding behavior. It is about recognizing what the nervous system is trying to communicate. It is about restoring connection, dignity, and trust. He stepped back. Before we move forward, we are now going to return to Module 2 and begin the full deep dive into the 5 learning pathways.
Jonathan steps forward, the room quieting as he takes command of the space. He's not rushed. He's not giving a presentation. He's giving a masterclass. He looks around the room, at parents, at adults who were once misunderstood children, at teachers who came hoping to learn something new. He begins slowly, intentionally. All right, he says, for the next 2 hours, I'm going to walk you through the 5 learning pathways one by one. And we're going to start with the one that the school system assumes everyone has, the read-write learning pathway. He pauses. Now, before we go any further, I want to see who's in the room. He raises his hand. Who here has a child who learns best through reading and writing, lists, notes, written instructions, textbooks? A few hands rise. Dr. Blake raises his hand. A couple of parents in the back raise theirs. A teenager raises her hand shyly. A few adults who struggled in school do not raise their hands, and Jonathan notices. He nods. Good. Thank you. Now let's begin. Most people think read-write learning means liking books, or being good at English. That's not what it is. He continues. A true read-write learner processes information through symbolic language. Their brain prefers written words, lists, bullet points, definitions, note-taking, rewriting information, reading instructions, writing summaries, organizing text. He pauses. This is the only learning style the school system was built for. Jonathan walks slowly across the stage. Read-write learners thrive in school because the entire system is designed around textbooks, worksheets, essays, written tests, written instructions, written homework, written feedback, written expectations. He continues. This is why read-write learners often get labeled as smart, gifted, advanced, easy to teach, responsible, organized. He pauses. But that's not because they're better. It's because the system matches their wiring. Jonathan gestures to the screen. Read-write learning relies heavily on the left hemisphere, specifically the angular gyrus, the supramarginal gyrus, Broca's area, Wernicke's area, the visual word form area, the phonological loop, the working memory network. He continues. These areas are responsible for decoding written symbols, converting text into meaning, organizing language, sequencing information, storing verbal data, retrieving definitions, processing grammar, building vocabulary. He pauses. This is why read-write learners often excel at memorizing terms, following written steps, studying from notes, writing essays, reading comprehension, test-taking, silent study, independent work. He looks around the room. This is not intelligence. This is neural alignment. Jonathan's tone shifts, deeper, more serious. Read-write learners often struggle outside of school because real life is not written. He explains. In real life, instructions are spoken, implied, demonstrated, emotional, situational, unpredictable, nonlinear. He continues. This is why some read-write learners freeze when given verbal instructions, struggle with hands-on tasks, get overwhelmed in noisy environments, need everything written down, panic when plans change, struggle with improvisation, rely heavily on lists, get anxious without structure. He pauses. These are not weaknesses. They are processing differences. Jonathan continues. Read-write learners are often misdiagnosed with anxiety, perfectionism, rigidity, obsessive-compulsive disorder (OCD) tendencies, social awkwardness, slow processing, avoidance, overthinking. He explains. These are not disorders. They are the natural consequences of a brain that needs clarity, structure, predictability, written information, time to process, quiet environments. He pauses. When these needs aren't met, the nervous system becomes overwhelmed. Jonathan lists them slowly. Provide written instructions. Allow note-taking. Use lists and bullet points. Give time to process. Avoid rapid verbal instructions. Provide quiet study spaces. Use planners and schedules. Break tasks into written steps. Encourage rewriting notes. Allow written responses when possible. He pauses. These supports are not accommodations. They are alignment tools. Jonathan explains. When overwhelmed, read-write learners may shut down, become rigid, ask repetitive clarifying questions, rewrite the same notes over and over, avoid tasks they can't organize, panic when instructions change, become overly perfectionistic, withdraw socially. He pauses. These are not personality flaws. They are regulation strategies. Jonathan smiles. When supported, read-write learners excel academically, communicate clearly, organize information beautifully, write powerfully, plan effectively, follow through, build systems, create structure, teach others, become reliable leaders. He pauses. This is their brilliance.
All right, Jonathan says, now we're moving into the second learning pathway, the visual learner. He raises his hand. Who here has a child who learns best through visuals, pictures, diagrams, charts, videos, color coding? A few hands rise across the room. Elizabeth Rose raises her hand. Her daughter sitting right beside her. Jonathan nods warmly. Thank you. Let's begin. Visual learning is not just liking pictures, Jonathan begins. It is a neurological preference for processing information through imagery. He continues. A true visual learner thinks in pictures, diagrams, mental movies, spatial layouts, color patterns, visual sequences, charts and graphs, symbolic imagery, visual metaphors. He pauses. This is not a preference. This is a processing system. Jonathan walks slowly across the stage. Most classrooms are built for read-write learners. Visual learners are often forced to listen to long verbal lectures, read dense text, memorize definitions, follow written instructions, take written tests, sit still without visual stimulation. He continues. This creates boredom, frustration, zoning out, daydreaming, doodling, restlessness, inconsistent performance. He pauses. These are not signs of laziness. They are signs of visual starvation. Jonathan gestures to the screen. Visual learning relies heavily on the right hemisphere, specifically the occipital lobe, visual processing; the parietal lobe, spatial reasoning; the visual spatial sketchpad, part of working memory; the dorsal stream, where, pathway; the ventral stream, what, pathway; the fusiform gyrus, pattern recognition; the visual association cortex. He continues. These areas are responsible for processing images, recognizing patterns, understanding spatial relationships, interpreting diagrams, forming mental maps, visualizing concepts, remembering scenes, organizing information visually. He pauses. This is why visual learners often excel at drawing, mapping, building, designing, organizing visually, remembering faces, interpreting charts, understanding diagrams, visual problem solving. He looks around the room. This is not a preference. This is neural architecture. Jonathan's tone deepens. Visual learners often struggle with long paragraphs, dense text, verbal lectures, abstract language, written instructions without visuals, silent reading, text-heavy assignments. He explains. This is because their brain processes information spatially, not linearly. He continues. Text is linear. Visual thinking is spatial. He pauses. When a visual learner is forced to rely only on text, the brain loses access to its strongest processing pathway. Jonathan continues. Visual learners are often misdiagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, daydreaming tendencies, inattentiveness, slow processing, lack of motivation, disorganization, poor listening skills. He explains. These are not disorders. They are the natural consequences of a brain that needs imagery, color, diagrams, visual anchors, spatial organization, visual stimulation. He pauses. When these needs aren't met, the nervous system becomes overwhelmed. Jonathan lists them slowly. Use diagrams and charts. Provide color-coded notes. Use visual schedules. Add pictures to instructions. Use videos and animations. Provide graphic organizers. Allow drawing or doodling during learning. Use mind maps. Break tasks into visual steps. Use visual timers. He pauses. These supports are not accommodations. They are alignment tools. Jonathan explains. When overwhelmed, visual learners may stare off into space, doodle excessively, become restless, avoid text-heavy tasks, lose focus during verbal explanations, become frustrated with long instructions, shut down when information is not visual. He pauses. These are not behavior problems. They are regulation strategies. Jonathan smiles. When supported, visual learners understand concepts quickly, create beautiful visual representations, organize information spatially, solve problems creatively, remember details vividly, communicate visually, build, design, and innovate, excel in fields that require visual intelligence. He pauses. This is their brilliance.
All right, Jonathan says, now we're moving into the third learning pathway, the auditory learner. He raises his hand. Who here has a child who learns best through sound, music, rhythm, repetition, tone, or hearing information spoken aloud? A few hands rise across the room. Earl raises his hand. Peggy raises hers right beside him. Jonathan nods with warmth and recognition. Thank you. Let's begin. Most people think auditory learning means liking music or being talkative. That's not what it is. He continues. A true auditory learner processes information through sound. Their brain prefers spoken explanations, rhythm, tone, repetition, verbal instructions, discussion, storytelling, audio recordings, music, sound patterns. He pauses. These learners think in sound, not pictures or text. Jonathan walks slowly across the stage. Most classrooms are built for read-write learners. Auditory learners are often forced to read silently, take written tests, follow written instructions, sit quietly, learn from text-heavy materials, avoid talking, avoid movement, avoid sound. He continues. This creates restlessness, frustration, zoning out, talking out of turn, humming, tapping, inconsistent performance. He pauses. These are not behavior problems. They are processing mismatches. Jonathan gestures to the screen. Auditory learning relies heavily on the temporal lobes, specifically the primary auditory cortex, the superior temporal gyrus, Wernicke's area, language comprehension, Broca's area, speech production, the auditory working memory loop, the rhythm and timing networks, the auditory motor integration pathway. He continues. These areas are responsible for processing sound, decoding tone, recognizing rhythm, understanding spoken language, remembering verbal information, repeating information, following verbal instructions, learning through conversation. He pauses. This is why auditory learners often excel at storytelling, repeating information, remembering conversations, learning languages, music, rhythm, verbal reasoning, explaining things out loud. He looks around the room. This is not a preference. This is neural architecture. Jonathan's tone deepens. Auditory learners often struggle with silent reading, dense text, long paragraphs, diagrams without explanation, written instructions, text-heavy assignments, quiet, silent classrooms. He explains. This is because their brain processes information sequentially through sound, not visually or symbolically. He continues. When an auditory learner is forced to rely only on text, the brain loses access to its strongest processing pathway. Jonathan continues. Auditory learners are often misdiagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder (ADHD), impulsivity, talking too much, distractibility, poor listening skills, hyperactivity, lack of focus, disruptive behavior. He explains. These are not disorders. They are the natural consequences of a brain that needs sound, rhythm, conversation, verbal repetition, auditory stimulation, spoken explanations. He pauses. When these needs aren't met, the nervous system becomes overwhelmed. Jonathan lists them slowly. Use spoken instructions. Allow verbal repetition. Encourage reading aloud. Use rhythm and music. Provide audio recordings. Allow discussion-based learning. Use call and response techniques. Let them talk through problems. Use verbal summaries. Allow movement paired with sound. He pauses. These supports are not accommodations. They are alignment tools. Jonathan explains. When overwhelmed, auditory learners may talk excessively, hum or tap, interrupt, become restless, lose focus during silent tasks, avoid text-heavy work, become frustrated with written instructions, shut down when forced to be silent. He pauses. These are not behavior problems. They are regulation strategies. Jonathan smiles. When supported, auditory learners communicate clearly, remember spoken information, excel in discussion, learn languages quickly, understand tone and emotion, explain concepts out loud, use rhythm to learn, become powerful storytellers, thrive in conversation-based environments. He pauses. This is their brilliance.
All right, Jonathan says. Now we're moving into the fourth learning pathway, the movement-based, or kinesthetic learner. He raises his hand. Who here has a child who learns best through movement, touching, doing, building, pacing, fidgeting? A few hands rise across the room. Rich raises his hand as a man who recognizes his child's wiring. Jonathan nods with respect. Thank you. Let's begin. Movement-based learning is not hyperactivity, Jonathan begins. It is a neurological preference for processing information through touch, motion, physical engagement, hands-on activity, muscle memory, spatial interaction, physical repetition, tactile exploration, body-based cues. He continues. These learners think through movement, not stillness. He pauses. This is not a behavior issue. This is a processing system. Jonathan walks slowly across the stage, intentionally modeling movement as he teaches. Most classrooms are built for stillness. Movement learners are often forced to sit still, keep their hands quiet, avoid touching materials, stay in their seats, listen without moving, learn without physical engagement, complete worksheets, avoid fidgeting, avoid pacing. He continues. This creates restlessness, frustration, fidgeting, tapping, pacing, zoning out, inconsistent performance, emotional overload. He pauses. These are not behavior problems. They are movement deprivation. Jonathan gestures to the screen. Movement-based learning relies heavily on the cerebellum, coordination and timing, the basal ganglia, movement initiation, the motor cortex, the somatosensory cortex, the vestibular system, balance, the proprioceptive system, body awareness, the mirror neuron system, the action perception network. He continues. These areas are responsible for learning through doing, muscle memory, physical repetition, spatial awareness, timing, balance, coordination, hands-on problem solving, embodied cognition. He pauses. This is why movement learners often excel at building, sports, hands-on tasks, crafts, physical demonstrations, acting things out, learning by trying, trial and error problem solving, real-world application. He looks around the room. This is not a preference. This is neural architecture. Jonathan's tone deepens. Movement learners often struggle with sitting still, silent reading, long lectures, text-heavy assignments, tasks without physical engagement, abstract concepts without examples, long periods of inactivity, repetitive worksheets. He explains. This is because their brain processes information through action, not stillness. He continues. When a movement learner is forced to sit still, the brain loses access to its strongest processing pathway. Jonathan continues. Movement learners are often misdiagnosed with attention deficit, hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, impulsivity, hyperactivity, disruptive behavior, poor self-control, lack of focus, defiance, restlessness, behavioral issues. He explains. These are not disorders. They are the natural consequences of a brain that needs movement, touch, physical engagement, hands-on learning, sensory input, body-based processing. He pauses. When these needs aren't met, the nervous system becomes overwhelmed. Jonathan lists them slowly. Allow movement breaks. Use hands-on materials. Incorporate physical activity. Use manipulatives. Allow pacing during learning. Use fidget tools. Let them stand instead of sit. Use role play and acting. Provide tactile learning tools. Use real-world demonstrations. Allow building, touching, and doing. He pauses. These supports are not accommodations. They are alignment tools. Jonathan explains. When overwhelmed, movement learners may fidget constantly, tap or bounce, pace, become restless, avoid still tasks, lose focus, become frustrated, shut down when forced to sit still. He pauses. These are not behavior problems. They are regulation strategies. Jonathan smiles. When supported, movement learners learn quickly through doing, solve problems hands-on, build and create, engage deeply with physical tasks, retain information through action, demonstrate strong real-world skills, innovate through experimentation, excel in environments that allow movement. He pauses. This is their brilliance.
Jonathan steps forward again, giving the room a moment to settle. He takes a slow breath, grounded, steady, fully in command of the space. He begins with the same ritual that anchors the audience. All right, Jonathan says, now we're moving into the fifth learning pathway, the multi-input learner. He raises his hand. Who here has a child who learns best when they can use multiple inputs at once? Movement plus sound, visuals plus touch, writing plus rhythm. A few hands rise across the room. Rocky lifts his hand with a quiet, grounded confidence. His wife raises hers right beside him, fully aligned and supportive. Jonathan nods with respect. Thank you. Let's begin. Multi-input learning is not being distracted or doing too much at once. It is a complex neurological preference for processing information through multiple channels simultaneously. He continues. A true multi-input learner needs movement plus sound, visuals plus touch, writing plus rhythm, hands-on plus verbal explanation, multiple sensory anchors, layered input, dynamic environments, blended learning styles. He pauses. These learners think in layers, not lines. Jonathan walks slowly across the stage. Most classrooms are built for single-channel learning. Multi-input learners are often forced to sit still, stay quiet, focus on one thing at a time, avoid movement, avoid sound, avoid touch, avoid rhythm, avoid multi-sensory engagement. He continues. This creates restlessness, frustration, fidgeting, zoning out, inconsistent performance, sensory overload, emotional dysregulation. He pauses. These are not behavior problems. They are sensory mismatches. Jonathan gestures to the screen. Multi-input learning relies on cross-network integration, including the auditory cortex, sound processing, the visual cortex, image processing, the motor cortex, movement, the somatosensory cortex, touch, the cerebellum, coordination, the prefrontal cortex, executive functioning, the corpus callosum, hemisphere communication, the multisensory integration network. He continues. These areas are responsible for blending sensory information, coordinating movement with learning, processing sound and visuals together, using touch to reinforce memory, regulating attention through multiple channels, building layered understanding, creating multi-sensory memory anchors. He pauses. This is why multi-input learners often excel at hands-on tasks, creative problem solving, real-world learning, dynamic environments, teamwork, improvisation, multi-step tasks, activities that require coordination. He looks around the room. This is not chaos. This is neural sophistication. Jonathan's tone deepens. Multi-input learners often struggle with silent reading, sitting still, long lectures, text-only assignments, quiet classrooms, single-task focus, rigid structure, repetitive worksheets. He explains. This is because their brain processes information through integration, not isolation. He continues. When a multi-input learner is forced to use only one channel, the brain becomes understimulated, and then overwhelmed. Jonathan continues. Multi-input learners are often misdiagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, sensory processing issues, impulsivity, hyperactivity, distractibility, poor focus, behavioral problems, emotional dysregulation. He explains. These are not disorders. They are the natural consequences of a brain that needs movement, sound, visuals, touch, rhythm, multi-sensory engagement, dynamic environments. He pauses. When these needs aren't met, the nervous system becomes overwhelmed. Jonathan lists them slowly. Use multi-sensory materials. Allow movement during learning. Pair visuals with sound. Use hands-on tools. Incorporate rhythm. Allow pacing or fidgeting. Use color plus sound plus touch. Provide flexible seating. Use real-world demonstrations. Blend multiple learning styles together. He pauses. These supports are not accommodations. They are alignment tools. Jonathan explains. When overwhelmed, multi-input learners may fidget intensely, pace, talk excessively, shut down, become overstimulated, avoid single-channel tasks, lose focus, become emotionally reactive. He pauses. These are not behavior problems. They are regulation strategies. Jonathan smiles. When supported, multi-input learners learn quickly, adapt easily, solve problems creatively, engage deeply, retain information through multiple channels, excel in dynamic environments, innovate naturally, thrive in hands-on, real-world learning. He pauses. This is their brilliance.
Blake steps forward with a warm, knowing smile. All right, let me ask you something familiar, he begins. Have you ever received a text message from someone saying, "Hey, how's it going?" And instead of texting back, you pick up the phone and call them? A wave of laughter and murmurs moves through the room. And then, Blake continues, they answer the phone and say, "Why didn't you text me back?" And you say, "Because I don't text. It takes too long. I can't see the screen. It's not my thing. I'm not a texter." More laughter. Or the opposite, Blake says. You call someone, and they don't answer. Instead, they immediately text you, "Hey, just text me." And you text back, "No, I need you to call me. Texting takes too long. It bothers my eyes. Just call me." The room hums loudly, people relating deeply. Blake nods. Now here's the truth. This is learning styles in real life. He continues. People who prefer texting often have a read-write learning pathway. They process information best through written words. They like clarity, structure, and the ability to reread. He pauses. People who prefer calling often have an auditory learning pathway. They process information best through sound, tone, rhythm, and conversation. He smiles. Neither is wrong. Neither is better. They're just different brains using different pathways. Tarquin steps forward, posture composed, tone measured. I have seen relationships experience real tension over this exact difference, he says. Not because anyone is unreasonable, but because they do not realize they are using completely different processing systems. The room responds with quiet laughter and nods. Some individuals experience texting as distant or emotionally flat, Tarquin continues. Others experience phone calls as overwhelming or intrusive. Some feel that long messages are excessive. Others feel that brief messages are incomplete or abrupt. He pauses. When you understand that these are learning and processing differences, not character flaws, communication becomes much easier to navigate. Blake smiles mischievously. Parents, this one's for you. The room perks up. You ever buy a toy for your child, you open the box, and it's got 1,000 pieces and a thick instruction booklet. The room groans and laughs. And I'm not naming any names, Blake says, but one of us, I mean one of you, immediately throws the instruction booklet away. The room erupts in laughter. Mothers hum knowingly. Blake continues. Why does this happen? Because some people are visual learners. They do not need the words. They look at the picture on the box and build the whole thing from sight. He pauses. Others are read-write learners. They need the steps. They need the sequence. They need the instructions. He smiles. And neither is wrong. It's just different wiring. Tarquin steps forward, a small, knowing smile on his face. I have watched couples become genuinely frustrated with each other over this, he says. One person is carefully reading every line of the booklet. The other is already assembling the toy based solely on the picture. The room laughs. Each person is convinced their method is the right one, he continues. But in reality, they are simply using different learning pathways, one primarily visual, the other primarily read-write. He pauses. When that is understood, the frustration often softens. It stops being a question of, who is right? And becomes a question of, how are we each wired? Blake steps forward again. All right, email users, this one is for you. The room chuckles. You ever send someone a short email, 2 sentences, and they respond with what feels like a full essay? The room laughs loudly. And then you write back, I'm still reading your essay. More laughter. Blake continues. Here's the truth. People who write long, detailed emails are often read-write learners. They think in paragraphs. They communicate in detail. They feel responsible for explaining things thoroughly. He pauses. People who write short emails are often auditory or visual learners. They prefer quick, simple communication and may feel overwhelmed by large blocks of text. He smiles. Again, not wrong. Just different wiring. Tarquin steps forward. I have seen misunderstandings arise from this as well, he says. One person feels unappreciated because their detailed message is labeled, too long. Another feels overwhelmed and pressured by the length of the response. He pauses. When you recognize that one person is naturally inclined to communicate in depth through writing, and another prefers brevity or spoken communication, it becomes easier to interpret these differences as style, not disrespect. Blake's tone shifts, warm, proud, and serious. I have permission from Rôvi to share this story, he begins. The room quiets. We had a participant who could drive beautifully, but the written test. They failed it 7 times. Earl and Peggy nod knowingly. Blake continues. Then they attended our seminar, Driver's Education, the Written Code. Officer Henry taught using all 5 learning pathways. Sound, diagrams, movement, rhythm, visual cues, hands-on demonstrations. He pauses. And after that, this individual took the written test again. And aced it. Did not miss a single question. The room hums with pride and surprise. Tarquin steps forward, voice steady and sincere. This is what happens, he says, when a person is finally taught in a way that matches their brain. He pauses. It is not that they were incapable. It is that the original method of instruction did not align with their learning pathways. He lets that sit with the room. When the method changed, their performance changed. Their ability was there all along. Let me give you one more, Blake says. You ever play a board game with family? One person reads the instructions once and understands everything. Another person says, I do not understand this. Please show me how to play. The room laughs. That is learning styles, he explains. Some individuals learn rules through reading. Some through demonstration. Some through actually playing. Tarquin steps forward. And some individuals, he says, do not fully understand the game until they are physically engaged in playing it. The room hums in agreement. That is not stubbornness, he continues. That is a kinesthetic learner, a movement-based learner, who needs hands-on experience to truly grasp the rules. He pauses. When we recognize that, we stop labeling people as difficult or slow, and start recognizing that they simply require a different entry point into the same information.
Let me give you a very common example, Blake says. You're at Starbucks. The barista asks, "What can I get started for you?" Some people immediately answer out loud, confidently, clearly, without hesitation. He pauses. These individuals often have an auditory learning pathway. They process information best through sound. They think in spoken language. They prefer verbal interaction. He continues. If you hand them a digital menu with 20 drink options, they may feel overwhelmed. But if someone simply says the options aloud, they understand instantly. Tarquin steps forward, composed. I have observed this many times, he says. Some individuals freeze when they must read a long menu, but become completely comfortable when the options are spoken. He pauses. This is not indecision. It is an auditory processing preference. You're at a gas station, Blake says. The pump has a screen with pictures showing each step. Insert card, select grade, lift handle. He continues. Visual learners thrive here. They understand the process immediately because the instructions are presented as images. He pauses. If the screen were removed and someone simply told them the steps verbally, they might struggle. Tarquin steps forward. I have seen individuals become anxious when instructions are spoken too quickly, he says. But when the same instructions are shown visually, they complete the task with confidence. He pauses. This is a visual processing preference, not a lack of ability. You're going to the grocery store, Blake says. Some individuals cannot function without a written list. They write everything down, even items they buy every week. He continues. These individuals often have a read-write learning pathway. They process information best through written words. They feel organized and grounded when they can read and check off items. Tarquin steps forward. I have seen individuals become genuinely stressed when they forget their list, he says. Not because they are forgetful, but because the list is their processing tool. He pauses. This is not rigidity. It is a read-write learning preference. Here is a scenario many people overlook, Blake says. You're shopping for clothes. Some individuals cannot decide whether they like an outfit until they physically try it on. He continues. They need to move in it. They need to feel the fabric. They need to see how it fits when they walk. He pauses. These individuals often have a movement-based learning pathway. They process information through physical experience. Tarquin steps forward. I have observed that some individuals cannot make a decision based on a picture or a hanger, he says. They require physical engagement to understand how the item works for them. He pauses. This is not indecisiveness. It is kinesthetic processing. Let me give you a final example, Blake says. You're cooking a new recipe. Some individuals need the written recipe. A video demonstration. The ingredients laid out, the ability to taste or smell as they go, and the freedom to move around the kitchen. He continues. These individuals are multi-input learners. They process information best when multiple senses are engaged simultaneously. Tarquin steps forward. I have seen individuals thrive when they can combine visual, auditory, tactile, and movement-based cues, he says. They learn most effectively when the environment is dynamic rather than static. He pauses. This is not distraction. It is multisensory integration. Blake steps forward with a thoughtful expression. I want to share a real example with you, he says. One of our participants, with her permission, has taken multiple sewing classes. Each time, the written patterns, the diagrams, the terminology, none of it made sense. The pattern sheets look like a foreign language. The room hums with recognition. But here is the remarkable part, Blake continues. If she sees an outfit, a dress, a jacket, a uniform, she can duplicate it perfectly by sight. She has sewn clothing for other people, including medical professionals, simply by looking at the garment. He pauses. That is the hallmark of a visual learning pathway. She does not learn sewing through written instructions. She learns it through visual replication. He continues. For a visual learner, the pattern sheet is overwhelming, but the finished garment is clear, intuitive, and immediately understandable. He smiles. This is not a lack of ability. This is a difference in how the brain processes information. Tarquin steps forward, his tone measured and respectful. This example illustrates something essential, he says. Some individuals do not learn a skill by reading instructions or decoding technical language. They learn by observing the final form and reconstructing it visually. He pauses. In sewing, this means the written pattern may be confusing, but the completed garment is perfectly clear. In other areas of life, the same principle applies. He continues. This is not a limitation. It is a visual spatial strength. The ability to understand structure, proportion, and design through observation rather than text. He lets the room absorb that. When we recognize this, we stop asking, why can't you follow the pattern? And we start asking, what does your brain need in order to understand this?
The room settles as Zora rises from her seat. She walks to the front with a quiet confidence, the kind that makes people lean in without being asked. She begins gently. She turns to the audience. What you have just heard is not only about learning styles. It is also about communication styles, the ways our brains interpret tone, language, and intention. She pauses, letting the room breathe. Every scenario you just heard, texting, calling, sewing, instructions, emails, board games, all of them involve communication differences layered on top of learning differences. When someone says, just text me, or, please call me, they are not simply expressing a preference. They are expressing a processing need. She explains. Some individuals understand tone better than text. Some understand text better than tone. Some need visual clarity. Some need movement. Some need multiple inputs. She pauses. These differences affect how we interpret each other. Zora steps forward slightly. Tone is one of the most misunderstood elements of communication. She continues. A short text may feel efficient to one person and abrupt to another. A long message may feel thorough to one person and overwhelming to another. A phone call may feel warm to one person and intrusive to another. She softens her voice. These are not personality flaws. They are communication pathways. Zora turns toward Rôvi, with respect. The sewing example you shared is a perfect illustration of communication differences. She explains. When you read a pattern, the written language does not communicate meaning to your brain. But when you see the garment, the visual information communicates instantly. She pauses. This is not a deficit. It is a visual spatial communication strength. Zora continues. When someone says, "Why didn't you text me back?" Or, "Why is your email so long?" Or, "Why can't you follow the instructions?" Or, "Why do you need to see it first?" Or, "Why do you need to try it on?" She pauses. They are not asking about the task. They are asking about the communication method. She looks around the room. And the answer is almost always the same. Because my brain communicates differently than yours. Zora explains. Some individuals interpret meaning through tone, facial expression, body language, written clarity, visual cues, movement, demonstration, multisensory input. She continues. When two people with different communication pathways interact, misunderstandings are almost guaranteed, unless they understand each other's wiring. Zora softens her tone. When we understand how someone communicates, we stop taking things personally. We stop assuming intention. We stop misreading tone. We stop labeling differences as disrespect. She pauses. And we start communicating in ways that honor each other's brains. She steps back slightly. Communication is not about speaking. It is about being understood. And understanding begins with recognizing that not everyone processes language, tone, or information the same way. She nods gently. That is the foundation of connection.
The room quiets as Eugene rises. He doesn't rush. He walks to the front with the kind of steady, regulated energy that immediately lowers the room's tension. He begins softly. "Thank you, Zora." He turns to the audience. What you have just heard is about learning pathways and communication pathways. My role is to help you understand what happens when those pathways are overloaded. He pauses. When a person is asked to learn, communicate, or respond in a way that does not match their wiring, the nervous system reacts. And it reacts automatically. Eugene continues. When someone says, "I cannot text," or, "I cannot read this pattern," or, "I cannot follow these instructions," they are not being dramatic. They are describing a nervous system response. He explains. When the brain is forced into a pathway it does not use naturally, it experiences cognitive overload, emotional fatigue, frustration, anxiety, shutdown, irritability, avoidance, confusion, self-doubt. He pauses. These reactions are not choices. They are physiological responses. Eugene steps slightly forward. When a visual learner is given dense text, they may shut down. When an auditory learner is given a long email, they may feel overwhelmed. When a movement-based learner is forced to sit still, they may become restless or anxious. When a read-write learner is given verbal instructions, they may freeze. When a multi-input learner is restricted to one channel, they may lose focus entirely. He pauses. These are not personality flaws. They are nervous system mismatches. The sewing example is a perfect illustration of emotional regulation in action. He explains. When someone who is not a read-write learner looks at a written pattern, their nervous system becomes overwhelmed. The symbols, the terminology, the structure, none of it communicates meaning to their brain. He pauses. That overwhelm is not a lack of intelligence. It is a visual spatial learner being forced into a read-write task. He continues. But when they see the garment itself, their nervous system relaxes. Their brain understands instantly. Their confidence rises. Their creativity activates. He softens his tone. That is emotional regulation through alignment. Eugene continues. When someone shuts down, whether it is a child, a teenager, or an adult, it is not defiance. It is not disrespect. It is not laziness. He pauses. It is the nervous system saying, "This pathway is not accessible to me right now." He explains. Shutdown can look like silence, withdrawal, irritability, confusion, freezing, avoiding the task, emotional overwhelm. "I can't do this." He pauses. These are protective responses, not behavioral choices. Eugene continues. Emotional regulation is not a personality trait. It is a learned skill. He explains. It develops through modeling, support, understanding, predictable environments, aligned communication, aligned learning pathways, safety, connection. He pauses. When a person is taught in the way their brain understands, their nervous system calms. Their confidence increases. Their performance improves. Their emotional resilience grows. Eugene softens his voice. When we understand someone's learning pathway, we understand their emotional pathway. When we understand their emotional pathway, we understand their behavior. And when we understand their behavior, we stop misinterpreting their intentions. He pauses. This is how we build trust. This is how we build connection. This is how we build dignity. He steps back slightly. Emotional regulation is not about controlling emotions. It is about understanding the conditions that allow the nervous system to stay regulated. He nods gently. And those conditions begin with honoring how each brain learns.
The room shifts as Matthew rises. He carries a quiet authority, the kind that comes from years of helping people understand themselves in ways no one ever explained before. He begins with a gentle, grounded tone. Matthew continues. Neurodiversity simply means that human brains are naturally different. Not defective. Not disordered. Not broken. He pauses. It means that each person has a unique combination of strengths, challenges, and processing styles. He gestures gently toward the audience. And every scenario you just heard, texting, calling, sewing, instructions, emails, board games, recipes, all of them are examples of neurodiverse patterns showing up in everyday life. Matthew steps forward slightly. When a person's learning style is misunderstood, they often internalize the wrong message. He explains. A visual learner who struggles with text may think, "I'm not smart." An auditory learner who struggles with long emails may think, "I'm not good at communication." A movement-based learner who struggles with stillness may think, "I'm a problem." A multi-input learner who needs multiple cues may think, "I'm too much." He pauses. These are not truths. These are misinterpretations created by environments that do not match the brain. Matthew turns toward you with respect. The sewing example you shared is a powerful illustration of neurodiversity. He explains. You do not learn sewing through written patterns. You learn it through visual spatial intelligence, the ability to understand structure, proportion, and design through sight. He pauses. That is not a weakness. That is a strength, a rare one. He continues. Many people can read a pattern. Very few can replicate a garment by sight alone. He lets that settle. That is neurodiversity. That is identity. That is strength. Matthew continues. Every learning pathway has strengths that are often overlooked. He lists them slowly. Visual learners see patterns others miss. Auditory learners understand tone, rhythm, and nuance. Read-write learners communicate with clarity and depth. Movement-based learners learn through action and real-world experience. Multi-input learners integrate information in dynamic, creative ways. He pauses. When these strengths are not recognized, people begin to doubt themselves. But when they are recognized, people begin to thrive. Matthew explains. When someone finally learns the language of their own brain, everything changes. He continues. They understand why certain tasks feel natural and others feel overwhelming. They understand why certain environments feel comfortable and others feel stressful. They understand why certain communication styles feel clear and others feel confusing. He pauses. And most importantly, they understand that there is nothing wrong with them. Matthew softens his tone. Neurodiversity is not about fixing people. It is about understanding them. He continues. It is about giving people the language to describe their strengths. It is about giving families the tools to support each other. It is about giving children the confidence to grow into who they already are. He pauses. And it is about giving adults permission to stop apologizing for the way their brain works. He steps back slightly. When we honor neurodiversity, we honor identity. When we honor identity, we honor humanity. And when we honor humanity, we create environments where every person can thrive. He nods gently. That is the purpose of this seminar.
Parents, Blake begins, if you have ever received letters from your child's teacher saying, "Your child is daydreaming, your child is doodling, your child is not paying attention. I want you to hear me clearly. Your child may not be misbehaving. Your child may simply be learning in a way the teacher does not understand." The room hums, parents shifting, nodding, recognizing themselves. Blake continues, now that you know there are multiple learning pathways, you can finally help your child, and sometimes even help the teacher understand your child. He steps to the demonstration table. Blake holds up a plain sheet of white typing paper with a large, bold A drawn in thick marker. "This is the letter A," he says. "This is a read-write presentation." He sets it aside. Blake lifts a plush B-shaped toy. When he squeezes it, it makes a soft buzzing sound and a crinkling noise. "This is the letter B," he says. "This engages sound, touch, and auditory memory." He sets it aside. Blake picks up 2 small drumsticks and taps a tiny drum with a C printed in the center. He chants rhythmically, "This is the letter C. Do you see me? This is the letter C. I am happy." The room smiles. He sets it aside. Blake steps behind a curtain and returns wearing a colorful dinosaur costume with a giant D on the belly. The room bursts into laughter. He walks around playfully. "Hello everyone. I am the letter D. Do you see me?" He dances in a goofy, exaggerated way. The children laugh, the adults laugh harder. He removes the costume and sets it aside. Blake sits at his desk where a camera overhead projects onto the screen. He assembles a simple puzzle. When the pieces come together, they form a large E. "This is the letter E," he says. "This is for visual spatial learners who understand through construction and shape." He sets it aside. Blake turns to the audience. "Now," he says, "ask your child. Which letter do you remember?" The one they remember tells us which sensory pathway their brain prefers. He looks at Elizabeth Rose. "Elizabeth Rose, would you ask your daughter which letter she remembers?" Elizabeth Rose leans down and whispers to her daughter. Earlier in the seminar, Elizabeth Rose's daughter raised her hand for visual learning. So Blake nods knowingly when the child answers. "I remember the puzzle E." Blake smiles. "That makes perfect sense. She is a visual learner." Blake turns to you. "Rôvi," he says, "which letter stood out to you?" You answer without hesitation. "The dancing dinosaur." The room laughs and nods. Many adults agree. Blake smiles. That is because Rôvi is a multi-input, demonstration-based learner. Movement, color, rhythm, and visual cues activate her learning pathway. He turns to a professional-looking man in the back. "And you, sir?" The man adjusts his glasses. "I remember the letter A on the white paper." Blake nods. "That is a classic read-write learner." Blake steps forward again. "Now let me explain something important. Shows like Sesame Street, Barney, Blue's Clues, Dora the Explorer, Storybots were not created randomly. They were designed using multi-sensory learning science." He continues. "Sesame Street uses bright colors, visual, songs, auditory, repetition, memory, movement, kinesthetic, puppets, social-emotional, letters and numbers, read-write. Barney used rhythm, movement, singing, Call and response. Visual cues. Emotional connection. Some parents dislike these shows, but their children love them because the shows matched their learning pathways. He pauses. That is why some children learn beautifully from these shows, and others do not. It depends on the child's sensory system. Tarquin steps forward. What Dr. Blake is showing you, he says, is that learning is not about intelligence. It is about access. He continues. When a child remembers the dinosaur, it is not because they are silly. It is because movement and color activate their brain. When a child remembers the puzzle, it is not because they are quiet. It is because visual spatial reasoning is their strength. When a child remembers the plain letter A, it is not because they are rigid. It is because written structure is their comfort zone. He pauses. And when a child does not respond to a teaching method, it is not because they are difficult. It is because the method does not match their wiring. He softens his tone. This is why some children thrive with Sesame Street, and others thrive with Mr. Rogers. This is why some children love Barney, and others prefer Blue's Clues. Each show uses a different combination of sensory inputs. He looks around the room. When you understand your child's sensory pathway, you understand their world.
All right everyone. Blake begins. I want to show you something important. Math is not just numbers. Math is processing. He scans the room. I'm going to ask a few people to solve simple problems. Not to test intelligence, but to show you how differently our brains work. Blake turns toward Rocky. Rocky, may I ask you something? What is 127 times 46? The room reacts. That's a big number. Rocky pauses for a moment. His eyes shift slightly, not guessing, but calculating. Then he gives the correct answer. The room murmurs, impressed, curious, surprised. Blake nods respectfully. What you just saw is pattern-based mental computation. Some individuals can hold multiple numbers in their mind at once and manipulate them rapidly. This is a cognitive strength, not a sign of superiority. He pauses. And yes, some people develop this skill through life experience, not school. It is still a legitimate processing strength. Blake turns to a young man in his 20s. Young man, what is 3 times 74? The young man instinctively reaches for his calculator. A few older adults chuckle knowingly, not mocking, just recognizing the generational shift. He gives the correct answer. Blake nods. Thank you. This is technology-integrated processing. Younger generations were taught to use calculators early. Their brains are trained to outsource computation to tools. He pauses. This is not laziness. This is training plus habit plus efficiency. Blake kneels slightly to address the child gently. Hi sweetheart. Can you tell me what 1 plus 1 is? She holds up one finger. Then another. And proudly says, 2. The room melts. Smiling, softening, nodding. Elizabeth Rose beams. Blake smiles warmly. This is visual movement processing. Children often learn through physical representation. This is developmentally appropriate and neurologically sound. Blake turns to Earl. Earl, what is 85 plus 44? Earl immediately lifts his hands, drawing invisible numbers in the air, carrying digits, moving his fingers as he calculates. He gives the correct answer. Blake nods with respect. This is kinesthetic computation. Some adults, especially those who left school early, rely on movement to organize numbers. This is not a deficit. This is a movement-based learning pathway. Blake turns to a woman in the second row. Ma'am, may I ask you something? What is 56 times 23? She immediately reaches for her pen. The room hears the soft click of the pen. She writes the numbers down, aligns them neatly, carries digits, and solves the problem step by step. She gives the correct answer. Blake smiles. This is read-write, sequential processing. Some individuals need to see the numbers on paper. They need structure, alignment, and written steps. He pauses. This is not slow. This is organized. Blake steps forward, addressing the entire room. Now, what did we just see? He raises his hand and counts on his fingers. One person used mental math. One used a calculator. One used fingers. One used movement in the air. One wrote the problem down. He pauses. And every single one of them was correct. The room hums. This is why we must stop judging how people process information. The method does not determine intelligence. The method reveals the learning pathway. Tarquin steps forward. What drive Blake just demonstrated, he says, is that math is not a measure of intelligence, it is a measure of access. He continues. Some individuals calculate internally. Some calculate externally. Some calculate physically. Some calculate visually. Some calculate with tools. Some calculate through writing. He pauses. And all of these are valid. He gestures toward the audience. When a child uses fingers, they are not behind. When a teenager uses a calculator, they are not dependent. When an adult uses movement, they are not uneducated. When someone writes it down, they are not slow. When someone uses mental math, they are not superior. He softens his tone. They are simply using the pathway that their brain trusts. 1. Restaurant tip calculation, mental math, calculator, rounding visually, asking someone else, freezing under pressure. 2. Splitting a bill, instant division, writing it down, talking it out, needing to see it on paper. 3. Telling time on an analog clock, visualizing the clock, calculating the difference, struggling without digital clarity. 4. Estimating distance or time, visualizing a map, relying on GPS, needing verbal directions, needing to physically drive it once. 5. Quarter till, and quarter after. Analog clock thinkers understand instantly. Literal processors need exact numbers. Digital thinkers prefer 9:45. Some people never internalize the phrase, and that is normal.
Before we move on, Blake says, I want to show you one more example of how differently our brains process information. He looks around the room. Some of you grew up with analog clocks. Some of you grew up with digital clocks. And those two experiences create completely different processing pathways. He pauses. Let me demonstrate. Blake turns to the audience. Raise your hand if you understand phrases like a quarter till, a quarter after, half past, without needing to think about it. A portion of the room raises their hands. Blake nods. Now raise your hand if those phrases confuse you, even as an adult. Another portion of the room raises their hands, including several adults who look relieved to finally admit it. Blake smiles warmly. There is nothing wrong with you. This is not a lack of intelligence. This is a processing style difference. Blake continues. I want to share something with you. One of our participants, with her permission, is 54 years old and still finds the phrase, a quarter till, confusing. The room hums with recognition. When someone says, we're leaving at a quarter till, her brain does not automatically convert that into 9:45 or 10:45 or whatever the time is. He pauses. But if you say the exact numbers, we're leaving at 9:45, she understands immediately. He gestures gently. That is not a flaw. That is a literal, numerical processing preference. Blake explains. People who understand quarter till easily are usually visual spatial thinkers, analog clock thinkers, pattern-based processors, individuals who visualize the clock face. People who prefer 9:45 are usually literal processors, digital clock thinkers, Direct language processors, individuals who need numerical clarity. He pauses. Both are valid. Both are normal. Both are intelligent. Blake turns to the audience. Let me show you how this plays out in real life. He points to a woman in the front row. Ma'am, if I say, we're leaving at 1:15, what time is that? She answers confidently, 9:45. Blake nods. Thank you. He turns to another person. And you, sir, if I say, we're leaving at 1:15, what time is that? He answers, 9:15. Blake nods again. Excellent. Then Blake turns to you. Rôvi, if someone says, we're leaving at 1:15, what do you say? You answer honestly. I say, please tell me the exact time. The room laughs gently. Not at you, but with recognition. Blake smiles. And that is perfectly valid. Your brain prefers direct numerical language, not metaphorical time phrasing. Tarquin steps forward. What drive Blake is showing you, he says, is that time is not just a number. It is a language. He continues. Some individuals interpret time through fractions, spatial visualization, analog patterns. Others interpret time through exact numbers, digital displays, literal language. He pauses. And when someone says, I don't understand 1:15, they are not confused. They are simply using a different processing system. He softens his tone. This is why communication matters. When we speak in the language someone's brain understands, we reduce anxiety, increase clarity, and prevent misunderstandings. He looks around the room. And that is the heart of this seminar.
The room is still buzzing from Rocky's lightning-fast answer when Earl suddenly raises his hand. Blake sees it and smiles. Yes, Earl. Earl stands up, scratching his head with exaggerated confusion. Little brother. I mean, Dr. Blake. The room chuckles. Blake tries, and fails, not to grin. Earl continues. How in the world did Rocky solve that math problem that fast? I mean, that was fast. The room laughs again, not at Rocky, but at Earl's honesty. Rocky lowers his eyes, humble. Rich smirks knowingly. Blake knows exactly what Earl is asking, and exactly what he cannot say. So Blake steps forward with a gentle, respectful tone. Well, Earl, Blake begins, as you know, many of the individuals in our reentry program come from environments where they had to make rapid calculations under pressure. The room quiets, listening. In those environments, people often develop extremely fast mental math skills. Not because they were in school, but because they had to survive. He continues. It's not something to glamorize. It's not something to encourage. But it is something to acknowledge. He gestures toward Rocky without spotlighting him. When someone has spent years relying on quick pattern recognition, fast estimation, and rapid number processing, their brain becomes exceptionally efficient at mental math. He softens his tone. So what you saw was not magic. It was not luck. It was not a trick. He pauses. It was a processing strength, shaped by life experience. The room hums, understanding, not judging. Tarquin steps forward, voice steady. Earl, what drive Blake is saying is this. Some people develop their skills in classrooms. Some develop them in workplaces. Some develop them in difficult environments. But a skill is still a skill. He continues. Rocky's ability to calculate quickly is a form of pattern recognition. It is not something to romanticize. But it is something to understand. He pauses. And the important part is this. Skills developed in survival can be redirected into stability, employment, leadership, and community contribution. The room nods, deeply moved.
The moment Blake dismisses the room for lunch, the energy shifts. Chairs slide back. People stretch. Conversations spark. Rôvi stands from the right side of the three-chair desk. Rich stands from the left. The empty chair between them stays untouched, a quiet symbol of the respectful space they keep. Rich rolls his shoulders, stretches once, and heads straight out the door. Rocky and his wife follow behind him, walking in step. Earl and Peggy rise together, stretching their backs and gathering their things. As Earl passes Blake, who is preparing to stay behind for the first half of lunch, Earl gives him a friendly nod. "See you in a bit, Doc." Blake smiles warmly. One by one, the room empties. Within minutes, the classroom is nearly silent. Only a few specialists remain, Matthew among them, helping Tarquin prepare for the next module. Tarquin sits at the front desk, typing notes for the upcoming lesson, his posture focused but relaxed. Matthew approaches him with a stack of folders. "Would you like me to help pass these out?" Tarquin nods with professional gratitude. "Yes, thank you. That would be very helpful." Matthew moves through the room, placing a folder on each desk. Each folder contains a pen, blank paper, and the printed outline for the next topic. The room feels organized, intentional, ready. After about 20 minutes, a few participants wander back in, sodas in hand, small bags of chips, casual conversation floating behind them. Rôvi returns, freshly washed hands, a calm glow on her face. She sits at her desk, opens her backpack, and pulls out her small carton of fresh mangoes, her tiny fork, her new folder. She eats quietly, savoring each bite while flipping through the materials Matthew placed on her desk. Behind her, Earl and Peggy return with a cafeteria tray. They sit down, sharing their lunch. Earl leans toward Peggy, whispering with excitement he can barely contain. "Rôvi's gonna love her surprise." Peggy elbows him gently. "Shish." They both try not to giggle. More participants drift back in. The specialists rotate. Those who stayed now head to lunch, and those who left return to relieve them. Blake walks back into the room, refreshed, carrying a cup of water. He gives Tarquin a nod. "You can take your break now." Tarquin stands, gathers his notes, and heads out for his 30-minute lunch. Rich walks in with a bottle of orange juice, an apple, a small bag of chips. He sits in his usual seat, the left side of the three-chair desk. He glances over at Rôvi, who is still enjoying her mangoes and reading her folder. Rich speaks gently. "Congratulations on passing your driver's test." Rôvi's face lights up instantly. "Thank you. Thank you. I finally can get my dream car. I can't wait to go back up there and sign the papers." Rich, fully aware of the surprise Earl and Peggy have planned, keeps his expression perfectly neutral. His poker face is flawless. Not a hint of the secret slips through. Behind them, Earl and Peggy lean toward each other, trying not to burst into laughter or excitement. Peggy whispers. She has no idea. Earl nods, grinning. "It's gonna be good." A security guard steps into the doorway, performing a quick, routine sweep. Rocky notices the movement in his peripheral vision, but he doesn't tense, doesn't stiffen, doesn't react the way he once would have. He stays relaxed, comfortable, grounded. Rich doesn't flinch either. The room feels safe. The guard nods once and continues down the hall. The room is full again. People chatting softly, finishing snacks, flipping through their folders. Blake steps to the front of the room, ready to begin the next topic. The energy settles. The seminar continues.
"Before we begin this next section," he says, "I want to speak plainly about something that is rarely acknowledged in education, even though it affects thousands of students every year." He pauses, scanning the room. "I spent decades as a school principal. I sat in the meetings. I reviewed the test scores. I signed the placement forms. And I want to tell you something honestly. Many of the tests we used were not culturally adaptable. They were not written for every child. And because of that, many students, especially African American students and other multicultural learners, were misidentified, misplaced, or misunderstood. The room shifts. People lean in. 1. How placement decisions were made. He continues, when a child struggled on a standardized test, the system assumed the child lacked ability. We were trained to look at the score, not the context. He explains, placement decisions were often based on one test, one day, one set of culturally narrow questions, one interpretation of normal, one definition of readiness. He pauses, and that definition did not reflect every culture, every household, or every way of learning. 2. Why schools relied on outdated methods. He continues, many of the placement tools we used were decades old. Some were written in the 1960s and 1970s. Some were never updated to reflect multicultural realities. He explains, these tests assumed certain vocabulary, certain idioms, certain family structures, certain life experiences, certain cultural references, certain types of exposure, certain types of English. He pauses. If a child did not grow up with those references, the test interpreted that as a lack of comprehension, even when the child was perfectly capable. 3. How systemic issues caused misplacement. This is how many African American students, multilingual students, and students from diverse communities were placed into remedial reading, special education, behavior intervention, low-track classes, basic skills, programs. He pauses, not because they lacked intelligence, but because the test was measuring cultural familiarity, not ability. He continues, and once a child was placed in the wrong track, it was extremely difficult to move them out. The system was not designed for mobility. It was designed for sorting. 4. What should have happened instead? He steps forward slightly. What should have happened is this. We should have used culturally adaptable assessments. We should have asked whether the child understood the context, not just the question. We should have evaluated strengths, not just deficits. We should have considered learning pathways, not just test scores. We should have recognized cultural language patterns as valid, not incorrect. We should have trained teachers to recognize cultural mismatch, not misbehavior. He pauses, and most importantly, we should have never allowed a single test, written from a single cultural lens, to determine a child's future. The room is silent. He takes a breath. I am not here to blame teachers. I am not here to shame schools. I am here to tell the truth. The system was not built for every child, and because of that, many children were placed in the wrong rooms. What I am describing is real, documented, and widely acknowledged in educational psychology, but almost never explained to parents, students, or test takers. Here are the facts. 1. Standardized tests are not culturally neutral. This includes the ASVAB, the SAT, ACT, many state reading tests, many IQ tests, many placement exams, many gifted assessments, many special education evaluations. These tests were historically written by one demographic, one cultural background, one linguistic style, one socioeconomic lens, so the language, examples, idioms, scenarios, and assumptions reflect that culture, not all cultures. This is not an opinion. This is a documented systemic pattern. 2. Cultural references affect comprehension. If a test question uses an idiom, a phrase, a scenario, a type of humor, a type of family structure, a type of holiday, a type of food, a type of neighborhood, a type of hobby, a type of vocabulary, a type of social expectation, that is common in one culture but not another, the child who doesn't recognize it is automatically at a disadvantage. Not because they lack intelligence. Because the test is measuring cultural familiarity, not ability. 3. This leads to misplacement. Children who are brilliant, capable, and creative get labeled behind, slow, not paying attention, needs remediation, special education candidate, when in reality, they simply didn't recognize the cultural reference, didn't understand the idiom, didn't relate to the scenario, didn't grow up with that vocabulary, didn't interpret the question the way the test writer intended. This is not a child problem. This is a test design problem. 4. This disproportionately affects multicultural students, especially African American students, Latino students, Indigenous students, immigrant students, multilingual students, students from low-income communities, students from rural communities, students from non-mainstream households. Again, not because of ability, because of cultural mismatch. 5. The ASVAB is especially known for this. The ASVAB uses idioms, mechanical references, vocabulary, analogies, scenarios that are far more familiar to certain demographics than others. This is why some extremely intelligent people score low. The test wasn't written with their cultural lens in mind. 6. Nobody talks about this. Teachers rarely mention it. Recruiters never mention it. Test administrators don't mention it. Parents don't know to ask. Students blame themselves. But the truth is, the test is not culturally adaptable. The test is not neutral. The test is not universal. He steps back.
Thank you, Blake says to the former principal, for telling the truth from the administrative side. Now I want to explain what this looks like from the clinical side, inside the brain. He pauses, letting the room settle. 1. The brain cannot answer what it does not recognize. When a child takes a test, Blake begins, the brain does not simply read the question. The brain searches for familiarity. He continues, if the vocabulary, the scenario, or the cultural reference is unfamiliar, the brain cannot attach meaning to the question. And when the brain cannot attach meaning, it cannot retrieve the correct answer, even if the child is fully capable. He pauses. This is not a comprehension issue. This is a contextual mismatch. 2. Culturally narrow tests trigger the wrong neural pathways. Blake gestures gently toward the audience. When a test uses language or scenarios that only reflect one cultural background, the child who does not share that background experiences delayed processing, increased cognitive load, reduced working memory, heightened anxiety, misinterpretation of the question, slower retrieval of information, and sometimes complete shutdown. He continues, the brain is not confused. The brain is trying to translate a world it was never taught. 3. This is why many African American students were misplaced. Blake's tone becomes more grounded. Many African American students, and many students from multicultural households, were placed into remedial classes or special education not because of ability, but because the test was written from a cultural lens that did not match their lived experience. He pauses. This is not a child problem. This is not a family problem. This is not a cultural problem. He looks around the room. This is a test design problem. 4. The brain interprets unfamiliar language as a threat. Blake continues. When a child encounters unfamiliar phrasing, the brain activates the uncertainty response. This increases cortisol and reduces access to the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for reasoning, memory, and problem solving. He explains, so the child is not only trying to understand the question, they are also trying to regulate their nervous system. He pauses. That is an unfair cognitive burden. 5. The ASVAB, SAT, and other exams were not designed for multicultural brains. Blake speaks plainly. These tests were built decades ago. They were not designed with multicultural language patterns in mind. They were not designed with multilingual households in mind. They were not designed with diverse socioeconomic experiences in mind. He continues. So when a child from a different cultural background encounters a question that assumes a specific type of household, neighborhood, hobby, or vocabulary, the test interprets unfamiliarity as inability. He shakes his head gently. That is clinically inaccurate. 6. What should have happened clinically? Blake steps forward slightly. Clinically, we should have assessed comprehension separately from cultural familiarity, evaluated reasoning without cultural assumptions, used multiple forms of testing, allowed demonstrations, not just written answers, recognized dialect differences as linguistic variations, not errors, measured ability, not exposure, and ensured that no single test determined a child's future. He pauses. That is what a culturally competent assessment looks like. 7. The heart of the clinical issue. Blake softens his tone. When a child does not recognize the cultural reference in a test question, the brain cannot process the question the way the test writer intended. And when the brain cannot process the question, the score does not reflect intelligence, it reflects cultural mismatch. He looks around the room. And that mismatch has cost many children opportunities they deserved. He steps back. And now Tarquin is going to explain what this looked like in real communities, how families interpreted these scores, how children internalized them, and how entire generations were affected. He nods to Tarquin.
Tarquin takes a breath before speaking, because he knows the weight of what he's about to say. Thank you, Dr. Blake. He turns to the audience, his tone warm but unmistakably direct. I want to talk about what all of this looked like from the community's side, because while the former principal saw the system from the inside, and Dr. Blake sees it from the clinical lens, families saw the impact in real time. He pauses. And many of us lived it. 1. How families experienced these test scores. When a child came home with a low score, Tarquin says, the family didn't see cultural mismatch. They saw a label. He continues. For many African American families, and for many multicultural households, those labels shaped how teachers treated the child, how the school placed the child, and how the child saw themselves. He softens his tone, and nobody explained that the test wasn't written with their world in mind. 2. The community was told the score meant ability. Tarquin gestures gently. In our communities, we were told, your child needs remediation, your child is behind, your child doesn't comprehend, your child needs special education. But nobody said, your child didn't recognize the cultural reference in the question. Your child interpreted the phrase differently. Your child's dialect is valid, but the test doesn't recognize it. Your child's lived experience wasn't reflected in the scenario. He pauses. And because nobody said that, families blamed themselves. Children blamed themselves. 3. How African American students were affected. Tarquin's voice deepens. For many African American students, the test wasn't just unfamiliar, it was foreign. He explains. When a question assumes a certain type of neighborhood, or a certain type of household, or a certain type of vocabulary, a child who doesn't share that background is already behind before they even start reading. He pauses, and the system interpreted that as a lack of ability, not a lack of exposure. 4. The emotional impact on children. Tarquin continues. I've watched children, brilliant children, walk out of testing rooms with their heads down, thinking they failed. He shakes his head gently. They didn't fail. The test failed them. He adds. And once a child internalizes that message, it affects their confidence, their participation, their willingness to try, their belief in their own intelligence, their relationship with school, their relationship with themselves. He pauses. That is the part the system never measured. 5. How communities interpreted misplacement. Tarquin steps forward slightly. When a child was placed in the wrong class, the community didn't see the cultural bias behind the decision. They saw the outcome. He explains. Families thought, Maybe my child isn't good at reading. Maybe my child isn't good at math. Maybe my child needs more discipline. Maybe my child isn't trying hard enough. But the truth was, the test wasn't written for their world. 6. What should have happened in the community? Tarquin's tone becomes firm but compassionate. What should have happened is this. Families should have been told the test was culturally narrow. Children should have been evaluated in multiple ways. Teachers should have been trained to recognize cultural mismatch. Schools should have used assessments that reflect every child's lived experience. And no child should have been labeled based on a test that didn't speak their language. He pauses. And when I say language, I don't just mean words. I mean culture. I mean context. I mean lived reality. 7. The heart of the community issue. Tarquin softens his voice. When a child doesn't recognize the world inside the test doesn't recognize the child. He lets that sit, and that is how generations of African American students, and many other multicultural students, were misunderstood, mislabeled, and misdirected. He looks around the room with warmth and resolve. But today, in this room, we are naming it. We are explaining it. We are correcting it. And we are making sure that every parent, every adult learner, and every child understands. Your intelligence was never the problem. The test was. He steps back, giving the room a moment to breathe.
Before we go any further, Blake begins, I want to show you something that almost no one talks about. Not in schools, not in testing centers, not in recruitment offices. He pauses. And yet it affects thousands of students every year. He writes one sentence on the board. The boy kicked the bucket. He turns to the audience. Now, what does this sentence mean? A few people chuckle. A few look confused. A few whisper the answer. Blake nods. Some of you know that, kicked the bucket, is an idiom that means someone died. But if you grew up in a household where that phrase was never used, you would interpret it literally. He gestures toward the board. And if this sentence appeared on a reading comprehension test, the child who interprets it literally would be marked wrong, even though their interpretation is perfectly logical. 1. Idioms are not universal. Blake continues. Idioms are culturally specific. They are not universal. They are not neutral. They are not evenly distributed across communities. He writes more examples. Hit the hay. Break a leg. Spill the beans. Piece of cake. Under the weather. Cut corners. He turns back to the room. If a child has never heard these phrases, they cannot interpret them correctly. And that has nothing to do with intelligence. 2. How this affects African American students and other multicultural learners. Blake's tone becomes grounded and clinical. Many African American students, and many students from multicultural households, grow up with different idioms, different expressions, different linguistic rhythms, and different cultural references. He continues. So when a standardized test uses idioms that are common in one demographic but not another, the child who does not recognize the phrase is automatically at a disadvantage. He pauses. This is not a reading problem. This is not a comprehension problem. This is a cultural exposure mismatch. 3. The quarter till example, a perfect illustration. Blake smiles gently. Let me give you a real example from one of our participants. He writes on the board. We're leaving at a quarter till. He turns to the audience. Some of you instantly know that means 9:45 or 10:45 or whatever the hour is. He pauses. But some of you, including one of our brilliant adult learners, do not process that phrase at all. Not because you're confused. Not because you're slow, but because your brain processes time literally, not metaphorically. He continues. Quarter till is not math. It is not time. It is not logic. It is a linguistic shortcut based on analog clock thinking. He gestures toward the room. And if you grew up with digital clocks, or if your household didn't use that phrase, your brain simply does not attach meaning to it. He softens his tone. That is normal. That is valid. That is not a deficit. 4. How this shows up on tests. Blake continues. Now imagine a reading test that uses idioms like, "He hit the ground running." "She let the cat out of the bag." "They were on thin ice." "He was in hot water." If a child interprets these literally, the test marks them wrong. He pauses. But the child is not wrong. The test is culturally narrow. 5. What should have happened clinically? Blake steps forward. Clinically, we should have taught idioms explicitly, separated idiom comprehension from reading comprehension, recognized cultural language patterns as valid, ensured that test questions used universal language, never penalized a child for not knowing a phrase they were never taught. He pauses. And we should have never allowed idioms to determine a child's academic placement. 6. The heart of the English issue. Blake softens his voice. When a child does not understand an idiom, the test interprets that as a lack of comprehension. But what the test is really measuring is cultural familiarity, not intelligence. He looks around the room. And that misunderstanding has cost many students opportunities they deserved. He steps back. And now Tarquin is going to explain what this looked like in real households, how families interpreted these phrases, how children internalized them, and how entire communities were affected.
Tarquin looks at the board, kick the bucket, quarter till, spill the beans, then looks back at the audience with a knowing expression. Let me tell you what this looks like in real households, he begins. 1. Families saw confusion, not cultural mismatch. In many African American households, Tarquin says, and in many multicultural families, these idioms were simply not part of everyday language. He gestures toward the board. So when a child saw a phrase like, "kick the bucket," they didn't think, "someone died." They thought somebody literally kicked a bucket. The room chuckles softly. Tarquin nods. And when a child didn't understand the idiom, the school didn't say, "This phrase isn't used in your household." They said, "Your child didn't comprehend the passage." He pauses. That's the part that hurt. 2. Children internalize the wrong message. Tarquin continues. When a child gets a question wrong because of an idiom they've never heard, they don't think, "I've never heard that phrase before." They think, "I must not be good at reading. I must not be smart. I must not belong in the advanced class." He shakes his head gently. And that is how a culturally narrow phrase becomes a lifelong belief. 3. The quarter till example, a perfect illustration. Tarquin smiles softly. When Dr. Blake brought up quarter till, I saw a lot of heads nodding. Because many of us grew up in households where nobody said that. He continues. In some families, time was said plainly. We're leaving at 9:45. Be ready in 15 minutes. We're leaving when the streetlights come on. The room laughs knowingly. Tarquin nods. So when a test uses a phrase like, quarter till, the child who grew up with digital time, or direct time, is already behind before they even start reading. He pauses. And the test interprets that as a lack of comprehension, when it's really a lack of exposure. 4. How this played out in real communities. Tarquin's tone deepens. I've watched children get placed in remedial reading because they didn't understand an idiom. I've watched parents confused because their child reads beautifully at home but scores low on school assessments. I've watched entire families question their child's intelligence because nobody explained the cultural mismatch. He pauses. And I've watched African American students, brilliant, articulate, creative, get labeled incorrectly because the test didn't speak their language. 5. What families should have been told. Tarquin steps forward slightly. What families should have heard was, "Your child is intelligent. Your child is capable. Your child simply hasn't heard this phrase before. This is a cultural difference, not a comprehension issue. Your child's language patterns are valid." He pauses. But that's not what they were told. 6. The heart of the community issue. Tarquin softens his voice. When a child doesn't understand an idiom, the school often assumes the child is behind. But in reality, the child is simply interpreting the world through the language of their household. He looks around the room. And when the test doesn't reflect that language, the test doesn't reflect the child. He lets that settle. That is why so many African American students, and many multicultural students, were misunderstood. Not because they lacked intelligence, but because the test lacked cultural awareness. He steps back, giving the room space to absorb the truth.
The room quiets. Everyone senses something important is coming. Blake begins. "All right everyone. Now that we've talked about idioms, I want to show you how cultural context affects test performance, even when the student is intelligent, capable, and fully literate." He places a printed question on the overhead projector. Demonstration question number 1. The picnic scenario. On the screen appears a reading passage. During the annual fall picnic, the family brought a casserole, a thermos of cider, and a checkered blanket. After the hayride, they sat under the maple tree and watched the leaves change color. Blake turns to the audience. "Now, raise your hand if this sounds familiar to your childhood." A portion of the room raises their hands. Blake nods. "Now raise your hand if this does not reflect anything you grew up with." Another portion of the room raises their hands, including several African American participants, several immigrant participants, and several individuals from urban communities. Blake continues. "This passage is common on standardized tests, but it assumes the reader has experienced fall picnics, casseroles, thermoses, hayrides, maple trees, leaf-changing traditions, checkered blankets. If a child has never experienced these things, the passage becomes harder, not because the child lacks ability, but because the context is unfamiliar." He pauses, and the test interprets unfamiliarity as a lack of comprehension. Demonstration question number 2. The snow day. Blake switches to the next slide. When the superintendent announced a snow day, the children grabbed their sleds and ran to the hill behind the school. Blake asks, "How many of you grew up in a place where snow days were normal?" Hands go up. How many of you grew up in a place where snow was rare or non-existent? Another set of hands go up. Blake nods. If a child has never experienced a snow day, never owned a sled, and never had a hill behind their school, the passage becomes harder to visualize. He continues. And visualization is a major component of reading comprehension. Demonstration question number 3. The vocabulary trap. Blake writes a single word on the board. Mantle. He asks, "What does this word mean?" A few people say, "A fireplace shelf." Others say, "The layer of the earth." A few shrug. Blake smiles. Both answers are correct. But if the test writer meant the fireplace shelf, and the student only knows the geological meaning, the student is marked wrong. He pauses. This is not a vocabulary issue. This is a cultural exposure issue. Demonstration question number 4. The household assumption. Blake puts up another sentence. The father mowed the lawn while the mother prepared the roast. He turns to the room. How many of you grew up in households where there was no lawn, there was no mower, there was no roast, or the gender roles were different? Many hands go up. Blake nods. This sentence assumes a specific type of household. If a child's home life does not match this structure, the sentence becomes harder to interpret, not because the child lacks comprehension, but because the reference point is unfamiliar. The clinical point of the demonstration. Blake steps forward. When a test uses culturally narrow scenarios, the child who does not share that cultural background is forced to translate, infer, guess, or imagine a world they've never seen, and that slows down processing. He pauses, and when processing slows down, the score drops. He looks around the room. But the score does not reflect intelligence. It reflects cultural mismatch. You see this all the time, Tarquin says. A child from an urban community reads about hayrides and thermoses and thinks, what is this? A child from a rural community reads about subways and corner stores and thinks, what is that? And the test punishes whichever child doesn't share the writer's world. The room murmurs in agreement.
Dr. Blake steps forward. 1. Some adults process spoken language more slowly, even when they are intelligent and attentive. This is called auditory processing latency. It is not hearing loss. It is not confusion. It is not lack of intelligence. It is simply the brain taking a moment to receive the words, decode the words, interpret the meaning, decide on a response. This is normal for many adults. 2. Fast talkers overwhelm slower processors. When someone speaks rapidly, the listener's brain may hear the words, but not process them immediately, because the brain needs time to chunk the information. This is especially true for individuals with auditory processing differences, individuals who prefer visual or written information, individuals who need structured pacing, individuals who were shamed in school for taking too long. 3. 3 seconds of silence feels like an eternity to a fast processing speaker. But to a slower processing listener, 3 seconds is normal, respectful, necessary. When a client is on the phone processing what a fast-talking representative asked them, the client may need about 3 seconds to rewind what the fast-talking representative just said. When the fast-talking representative expects the client to respond in 1 second, and becomes impatient and says, hello, hello, they are reacting from their processing speed, not yours. 4. The brain uses checkpoints to process information. The brain literally uses phonological processing, working memory, semantic interpretation, executive function, to decode spoken language. If someone speaks too fast, the brain must pause, rewind internally, break the sentence into pieces, reassemble the meaning. This is not a flaw. This is a processing style. 5. This absolutely affects adults at work. And this is the part nobody talks about. Different processing styles affect customer service, factory work, fast food work, office work, leadership, parenting, communication, conflict resolution, job interviews, training, performance reviews. We've spent the morning talking about how learning pathways affect children. Now we're going to talk about something even more important. How these same pathways affect adults, at work, at home, and in everyday life. He pauses. Because the truth is this. You didn't grow out of your learning style. You grew into it. The room shifts, people lean in. 1. Fast talkers versus slow processors. Blake writes on the board. Auditory processing latency. This, he says, is the clinical term for what many adults experience. He explains. Some adults process spoken language instantly. Some adults process spoken language in a few seconds. Both are normal. Both are valid. Both are neurologically sound. He gestures toward the audience. But when a fast-talking employee interacts with a slower processing employee, misunderstandings happen. For example, fast-talking representative. Do you want to update your phone number, your address, or your financial institution? Slow processing adult. 3-second pause. Fast-talking representative. Hello, hello. Blake turns back to the room. That 3-second pause is not confusion. It is not incompetence. It is not a lack of attention. He taps the board. It is auditory processing latency, the brain breaking the sentence into pieces and decoding it. He pauses. And many adults have been shamed for this their entire lives. 2. How this shows up at McDonald's. Blake continues. In fast food environments, instructions are often given quickly. Drop 2 baskets. Switch to breakfast. Wipe the line. Take drive-through. We're 86 on nuggets. A visual learner may need to see the task. A movement-based learner may need to do the task. A read-write learner may need the steps written down. A slow auditory processor may need the instruction repeated calmly. He pauses. And none of that means they're bad workers. It means the communication didn't match their processing style. 3. How this shows up in factories. Blake continues. In factories, instructions often involve sequences, safety steps, timing, spatial awareness, machine procedures. A visual learner thrives with diagrams. A movement-based learner thrives with hands-on demonstration. A read-write learner thrives with checklists. A fast auditory learner thrives with verbal instructions. He pauses. But when the wrong communication style is used, the worker is blamed, not the mismatch. 4. How this shows up in professional offices. Blake shifts tone. In office environments, meetings often move fast. People talk over each other. Instructions are given verbally. Deadlines are mentioned once. He explains. A slower auditory processor may need repetition, written follow-up, time to think, space to process, but instead of receiving support, they are often labeled unprepared, not paying attention, slow, disengaged. He shakes his head, when in reality, they simply process differently. 5. How this shows up in customer service. Blake gestures toward the audience. Customer service is where processing differences collide the most. He explains. A fast-talking representative expects a fast processing customer. A slow processing customer needs a moment. A fast processing customer gets impatient. A slow processing representative gets overwhelmed. He pauses. And none of this is about intelligence. It is about processing speed mismatch. 6. How this shows up in parenting. Blake softens his tone. When a parent processes slowly and a child processes quickly, the child thinks the parent isn't listening. When a child processes slowly and a parent processes quickly, the parent thinks the child is ignoring them. He pauses. But both are wrong. It is simply a mismatch in learning pathways. 7. The clinical bottom line. Blake steps forward. Adults are not struggling because they are incapable. Adults are struggling because the world is not designed for their learning style. He pauses. And now Tarquin is going to explain what this looks like in real workplaces, real families, and real communities. Dr. Blake steps back. Tarquin steps forward. Let me tell you what this looks like in real life, because I've seen it in factories, in fast food restaurants, in call centers, in offices, and in families. 1. The McDonald's example. In fast food, Tarquin says, you've got the fast processor, the visual learner, the movement-based learner, the step-by-step learner, the overwhelmed learner, and they're all working the same shift. He smiles. The fast processor thinks everyone else is slow. The slow processor thinks everyone else is rude. The visual learner needs to see the task. The movement learner needs to do the task. The read-write learner needs the steps written down. He pauses. And nobody explains this to them. 2. The factory example. In factories, Tarquin continues, I've seen brilliant workers get written up because they needed the steps demonstrated instead of spoken. He shakes his head. That's not incompetence. That's a learning pathway. 3. The office example. In offices, he says, I've seen people get passed over for promotions because they didn't respond fast enough in meetings. He pauses. But responding slowly is not the same as thinking slowly. Some people think deeply. Some people think out loud. 4. The customer service example. When someone pauses for 3 seconds to process a question, the representative thinks she's not listening. He shakes his head. But she is listening. She's processing. He adds. And the representative isn't rude, they're reacting from their processing speed. 5. The parenting example. Tarquin softens. I've seen parents yell because their child didn't respond fast enough. I've seen children cry because their parent didn't respond fast enough. He pauses. And both sides think the other is being disrespectful. He shakes his head. But it's not disrespect. It's processing. 6. The community bottom line. Tarquin steps forward. Adults are not broken. Adults are not slow. Adults are not difficult. Adults are not unprofessional. He pauses. Adults simply process differently, and nobody ever told them that. He steps back.
Dr. Blake. The stare that isn't creepy. Blake steps forward, marker in hand. All right, he says, we're going to talk about something almost no one ever explains. But many of you have been punished for it your whole life. He writes on the board. Deep focus stare, reduced blinking, slow auditory processing. He turns to the room. How many of you have ever been told, why are you staring at me? You're making me uncomfortable. You're not blinking. A few hands go up. A few people shift in their seats. A few look stunned. Blake nods. Let me tell you what's actually happening in your brain. 1. What your brain is really doing. Blake gestures to the board. When someone is speaking and you lock your eyes on them, your brain is anchoring visually so it doesn't lose focus, reducing blinking so it doesn't interrupt concentration, slowing everything else down so it can decode every word. He continues. For some of you, especially those with slower auditory processing, your brain needs a few extra seconds to hear the words, break them into pieces, run them through filters, decide what they mean, choose a response. He pauses. That's not creepy. That's not weird. That's deep concentration. 2. Why you blink less when you're focused. Blake taps, reduced blinking. When the brain is in high focus mode, it often suppresses blinking. We see this in surgeons, chess players, musicians, gamers, people reading something important. He looks around the room. So if you've ever been told, you're staring and not blinking, what they were really seeing was your concentration reflex. 3. Why other people misread it. Blake softens his tone. Most people are used to scattered eye contact, frequent blinking, looking away while thinking. So when they meet someone who holds eye contact, blinks less, listens deeply, it feels unfamiliar to them. They label it creepy or weird because they don't understand it. He shakes his head, but their discomfort does not mean your brain is wrong. It means they've never been taught about different processing styles. 4. Turning it into a live demonstration. Blake looks at the audience. I'm going to show you what this looks like in real time. He invites a volunteer to the front, someone comfortable role-playing. Okay, he says to the volunteer, I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to answer it. But I want you to really listen. Lock your eyes on me, don't look away, don't rush. He asks a simple question. What did you eat for breakfast? The volunteer stares, listening, thinking. A few seconds pass. The room feels the silence. Then the volunteer answers. Blake turns to the audience. Did you feel that little tension in the room? That urge to fill the silence? That tiny bit of discomfort? He nods. That's how the world treats deep processors. They are thinking. They are listening. They are concentrating. And the world rushes them. 5. Naming it clearly. Blake writes 3 phrases on the board. Deep visual listening. Reduced blinking during focus. Auditory processing latency. He underlines them. If this is you, he says, you are not creepy. You are not broken. You are not socially defective. He pauses. You are a deep processor whose brain uses visual anchoring and reduced blinking to stay locked in. 6. Tarquin's quick community lens. Tarquin leans forward from his chair. Let me say this plainly, he adds. Some of you were punished as children for staring. Some of you were shamed in church, in school, in foster homes, in job interviews. You were told your way of listening was wrong. He shakes his head, but what you were really doing was survival listening. You were trying not to miss anything. You were trying to stay safe. You were trying to understand. He looks around the room. And nobody ever told you that was a valid way to be. 7. The whistle blow. Blake closes the demonstration. So here is the truth we're putting on record today. Some adults stare when they listen. Some blink less when they concentrate. Some need a few seconds of silence to process. This is not creepy. This is not rude. This is not disrespectful. This is a legitimate learning and listening pathway. He lets the room breathe. And from this point forward, if anyone in this room ever hears, "Why are you staring at me like that?" you will know the answer. I'm listening to you, deeply.
Earl raises his hand, Blake braces himself, because with Earl anything is possible. Blake sighs prayerfully. Yes, Earl, you have the floor. Earl stands grinning. Yeah, I just want to share a little story. Everybody in here knows Blake is my little brother, right? The room nods. Earl continues. Now that I know about this whole deep staring to learn thing Dr. Blake just taught us, it reminded me of something from when he was a kid. Blake closes his eyes like, Lord help me. The room laughs. Earl goes on. See, Blake always had them big old eyes, beautiful eyes, but big. And when he was little, he'd stare at folks like he was trying to download their soul. The room erupts. Blake covers his face. Earl keeps going. And me and my brothers, we didn't know nothing about learning styles back then. We just knew our baby brother would lock in on you like a deer in headlights and not blink for a whole sermon. Earl softens. So yeah, we picked on him a little. Not to be mean, just brothers being brothers. We'd say, Blake, blink! You scaring folks! The room is laughing, but also nodding. They get the sibling dynamic reels tone shift to sincere. But now that I'm grown and hearing Dr. Blake explain all this, I realize he wasn't being weird. He was learning. He was focusing. He was doing what his brain needed. He looks at Blake. So little brother, I'm sorry we teased you. We didn't understand, but we always knew you were the smart one. The room awes. Blake smiles, embarrassed but touched. Earl finishes with one last joke. And for the record, he still got them big eyes. He just blinks now. The room explodes with laughter, and Blake shakes his head, laughing too.
Tarquin stands slowly, smiling at Earl's story, but his tone shifts into something deeper, wiser, and grounded. Tarquin begins with warmth. Earl, thank you for that. That was funny, and it was real. But I want to take what you just said and show the room something important, something many of us grew up with but never had the language for. He steps forward. 1. In many communities, staring was misunderstood because nobody understood learning styles. Tarquin gestures gently. In a lot of African American households, and in many multicultural communities, children were taught. Don't stare. Don't look grown folks in the eyes too long. Don't make people uncomfortable. Blink, child, you look strange. He pauses. But nobody ever asked why the child was staring. Nobody ever considered that the child was listening with their eyes. He looks around the room. And because adults didn't understand it, they labeled it as disrespect, creepiness, or attitude. 2. Many children stared because they were trying to survive the environment. Tarquin's tone deepens. Let me tell you something from the community side. A lot of children stare because they're trying to read the room. They're trying to understand tone. They're trying to stay safe. They're trying to avoid punishment. They're trying to decode adult behavior. He pauses. That's not weird. That's survival intelligence. 3. Big eyes plus deep focus equals misunderstood brilliance. Tarquin smiles at Blake. Now Earl mentioned Blake's big eyes, and yes, that made the staring look extra intense. The room laughs. But here's the deeper truth. Children with strong visual learning pathways often have a gaze that looks too focused to people who don't understand it. He continues. In the community, we didn't have the vocabulary for visual anchoring, auditory processing latency, concentration reflex, reduced blinking during focus, so we called it weird, creepy, staring, doing too much, being funny, acting strange. He shakes his head. But the child wasn't strange. The adults were uninformed. 4. Many adults in the community were punished for the same thing. Tarquin softens. I've seen grown men get in trouble at work because they stared too long while listening. I've seen women get labeled as intense or aggressive because they held eye contact while processing. I've seen teenagers get suspended because a teacher misread their concentration as defiance. He pauses. And all of it came from the same misunderstanding Earl just described. 5. What Earl did today is what many families never got to do. Tarquin looks at Earl with respect. Earl apologized. He acknowledged the misunderstanding. He named the behavior correctly. He gave his brother dignity. He turns to the room. Do you know how many adults never got that moment? How many people were teased, punished, or shamed for something that was actually a sign of intelligence? The room is quiet. 6. The community impact. Misinterpreted behavior becomes misinterpreted identity. Tarquin continues. When a child's learning style is misunderstood, the child becomes misunderstood. And misunderstood children grow into misunderstood adults. He lists. You're too intense. You're too serious. You're staring. You're making me uncomfortable. Why don't you blink? Why do you look like that? He pauses. These comments shape identity. They shape confidence. They shape how people show up in the world. 7. The healing moment. Tarquin steps forward, voice warm and steady. So when Earl stood up and said, I'm sorry, little brother, he wasn't just apologizing for childhood teasing. He looks around the room. He was apologizing on behalf of every adult who ever misunderstood a child's learning style. He was apologizing for a whole generation that didn't have the language we have today. He nods. And that's what this seminar is about. Giving people the language to understand themselves, and each other, with dignity.
Blake steps forward, writing a new heading on the board. Underrepresented processing styles. He turns to the audience. Most people have only heard of visual, auditory, and kinesthetic learning. But those three categories only explain a fraction of how human brains actually process information. He pauses. Today, we're going to talk about the processing styles that have been ignored, misunderstood, or mislabeled, especially in adults. 1. Socially dependent processing, body doubling. Blake writes, social processing, body doubling. This is a real processing style, he says. Some adults cannot focus unless another person is physically present. He explains. These individuals process best when they have someone sitting next to them, someone working in the same room, someone talking them through steps, someone checking in periodically, someone to anchor their attention. He continues. This is not dependency. This is not immaturity. This is not laziness. He taps the board. This is socially regulated attention, a legitimate neurological pathway. He adds, it's extremely common in ADHD, trauma survivors, individuals with high social cognition, individuals who regulate through connection, people who grew up in chaotic environments and learned to focus through proximity. He pauses. And many adults have been shamed for this. 2. Rare and underrepresented processing styles. Blake switches slides. Now let's talk about the processing styles that almost never get discussed, but explain why so many adults feel different. He lists them one by one. 1. Parallel multisensory processing. These individuals process information across multiple brain centers at once. They may hear music and see colors, read numbers and see spatial maps, feel textures and recall memories, process emotions and logic simultaneously. He smiles. This is not confusion. This is enhanced neural connectivity. 2. Deep pattern recognition, systemizing. These individuals see rules, patterns, structures, systems, sequences, logic maps, instantly. He continues. This is common in autistic minds, engineers, coders, musicians, and strategists. 3. Spatiotemporal environmental processing. These individuals learn by building 3D mental maps. They remember where things are, how spaces feel, how environments are arranged, how concepts fit together spatially. He adds, this is why some people can navigate a city once and never get lost again. 4. Top-down, big-picture processing. These individuals cannot memorize details until they understand the whole system. He explains. They need context, purpose, the why, the big picture, before the details make sense. 5. Narrative, story-based processing. These individuals learn best when information is placed inside a story. He continues. They need characters, scenarios, real-world examples, emotional stakes, context. He smiles. 6. Effective emotional processing. These individuals process information through emotional significance. He explains. If the topic has no emotional meaning, the brain does not engage. 7. Enactive, embodied cognition. These individuals think with their hands. They process through movement, touch, physical interaction, muscle memory. He adds, this is deeper than kinesthetic learning, it's cognition tied to the body. 8. Delayed wait time processing. These individuals do not process information in real time. He explains. They may need silence, hours, or even days, before the insight arrives. He smiles. These are the people who say, I just realized something, 3 days later. Blake steps back. These processing styles are real. They are valid. And they have been ignored for far too long. He nods to Tarquin. And now Tarquin is going to explain what this looks like in real communities. Tarquin steps forward, voice warm and grounded. 1. Socially dependent processing in the community. Tarquin smiles. Let me tell you something real. Some of you grew up thinking you were needy because you couldn't do homework alone. He continues. You needed your cousin in the room, your sister doing her hair next to you, your grandma watching TV, your friend on the phone, somebody breathing the same air. He pauses. That wasn't neediness. That was body doubling, and nobody told you. 2. Pattern thinkers were called too deep. You know, the ones who always saw patterns nobody else saw. The ones who asked questions that made adults uncomfortable. He shakes his head. They weren't doing too much. They were system thinkers. 3. Big picture thinkers were called hard-headed. Tarquin continues. In the community, if you asked, why? Too many times, adults thought you were being disrespectful. He shrugs. But you weren't. You were a top-down processor who needed context. 4. Emotional processors were called sensitive. Some of you were told you were too emotional. But your brain literally processes information through emotional meaning. He pauses. That's not weakness. That's wiring. 5. Delayed processors were called slow. Tarquin shakes his head. Some of you were labeled slow because you didn't answer fast. But your brain was doing deep processing, not shallow reacting. He adds. And when the insight finally came, it was brilliant. 6. The community bottom line. Most of us grew up being judged by people who didn't understand how our brains worked. He looks around the room. But today, you're getting the language. You're getting the science. You're getting the dignity. He nods. And you're finally learning that nothing was wrong with you. You were just processing differently. Tarquin steps forward, voice warm, grounded, and deeply observant. Tarquin surveys the room with calm focus. Let us take a closer look at how these processing styles appear in the workplace. Many individuals have been labeled unfairly, not because of a lack of ability, but because their processing style was never understood. He pauses. No one ever explained this to them. 1. Socially dependent processors at work. Body doubling, social anchoring. Tarquin offers a measured smile. You may have noticed that some employees struggle to complete tasks unless another person is physically present. This is not clinginess. It is not immaturity. It is not a lack of independence. This is socially regulated attention, a legitimate processing style. He explains. These individuals often work more efficiently when someone sits nearby, maintain focus when another person is engaged in a task beside them, lose momentum when isolated, thrive in collaborative environments, struggle when left completely alone. He adds, in informal settings, people might call this needing company. In professional settings, it is often misinterpreted as needing supervision. Clinically, it is simply a processing style. 2. Parallel multisensory processors at work. The I can do 3 things at once individuals. Tarquin gestures with clarity. These are the employees who can listen to music, answer emails, converse with a colleague, and solve a problem, all simultaneously. He continues. They are not distracted. Their brains are designed to operate across multiple channels at once. He adds. However, place them in a silent room with a single task, and they may struggle. Their minds require multiple inputs to remain engaged. 3. Deep pattern recognition workers. The system thinkers. Tarquin nods thoughtfully. These individuals walk into a workplace and immediately identify inefficiencies, safety concerns, inconsistencies, structural flaws, emerging problems, patterns others overlook. He continues. They are the ones who ask, why is this done this way? There is a more efficient method. This system does not make sense. He pauses. Instead of being promoted for their insight, they are often labeled as difficult, challenging, resistant, overly analytical. He shakes his head. They are not difficult. They are systemizers, the minds that keep organizations functioning. 4. Spatiotemporal environmental processors. The I know where everything is individuals. Tarquin allows a brief, warm laugh. These are the employees who know precisely where an item is located, even in a cluttered environment. He continues. They navigate warehouses, storage rooms, and workspaces with intuitive ease. They remember the physical placement of tools, documents, and materials. He adds, but give them a written list of tasks, and they may freeze. This is not incompetence. It is spatial memory at work. 5. Top-down, big-picture processors. The I need to understand why individuals. Tarquin's tone becomes more serious. These employees cannot follow instructions until they understand the purpose behind them. He explains. They require the goal, the context, the rationale, the overarching structure, before the details become meaningful. He adds. Managers often misinterpret this as defiance or resistance. He shakes his head. They are not defiant. They are context-driven processors. 6. Narrative, story-based processors. The give me a scenario individuals. Tarquin smiles gently. These individuals learn best when information is presented through examples, scenarios, stories, real-world applications. He continues. They require context, not bullet points. He adds. Workplaces often mislabel them as slow learners, when in reality they are contextual learners who need information to be meaningful. 7. Emotional affective processors. The if the environment feels wrong, I cannot focus individuals. These employees perform best when they feel respected and valued. They shut down when the environment becomes hostile or dismissive. He explains. They are not dramatic. They are not overly sensitive. They are not unprofessional. He taps his chest lightly. They are emotion-driven processors whose cognitive engagement is tied to emotional safety. 8. Inactive, embodied processors. The let me do it with my hands individuals. Tarquin gestures with his hands. These employees cannot learn from manuals or verbal instructions alone. They need to touch, move, practice, manipulate, physically engage with the task. He adds. They are not stubborn. They are embodied learners. 9. Delayed wait time processors. The I will understand it tomorrow individuals. Tarquin smiles knowingly. These are the employees who may not grasp a concept immediately, but return the next day with a flawless solution. He continues. They are not slow. They are deep processors who require time for information to settle. Most workplaces evaluate employees based on how quickly they respond, not how deeply they think. He pauses. But individuals with these rare processing styles are often the innovators, the problem solvers, the stabilizers, the individuals who see what others overlook. He looks around the room with sincerity. And many of them have spent their entire lives believing something was wrong with them, when in reality, they were the ones holding everything together. Tarquin continues. 1. Socially dependent parents versus independent children. Body doubling versus solitary processing. These are the parents who function best when another person is present. They clean more efficiently when a child sits nearby. They cook more comfortably when someone is in the kitchen with them. They focus better when the home is not silent. He continues. But their child may be the opposite, a child who requires solitude to think clearly. So the parent says, "Come sit with me while I do this." The child responds, "I need to be alone." Tarquin lifts a hand gently. That is not disrespect. It is a processing mismatch. 2. Parallel processing parents versus single-task children. Multi-channel versus one-channel processing. These parents can cook, talk, clean, supervise homework, and plan tomorrow's schedule simultaneously. Their minds thrive on multiple inputs. He adds. But their child may only be able to focus on one task at a time. So the parent says, "Clean your room and listen to me." The child freezes. That is not defiance. It is a single-channel processor overwhelmed by a multi-channel parent. 3. Deep pattern recognition parents versus children who miss details. Pattern thinkers versus linear thinkers. These parents notice everything: the child's mood shift, the missing assignment, the subtle change in tone, the new friend, the altered routine. He continues. But their child may not notice any of it. So the parent says, "You did not see that." The child replies, "No, I truly did not." That is not carelessness. It is different cognitive wiring. 4. Spatiotemporal parents versus children who need lists. Spatial memory versus sequential memory. These parents know exactly where every item is located, even in a cluttered home. They navigate their environment through spatial memory. He adds. But their child may require lists, visual schedules, step-by-step instructions, predictable routines. So the parent says, "Just remember it." The child says, "I cannot." That is not laziness. It is a different memory system. 5. Top-down parents versus detail-first children. Big picture thinkers versus detail-driven thinkers. These parents cannot respond until they understand the entire situation. They need context before they can act. He explains. But their child may be detail-oriented and simply wants clear instructions. So the parent says, "Let us talk about what happened." The child says, "Just tell me what to do." That is not attitude. It is a difference in cognitive entry points. 6. Narrative parents versus literal children. Story-based processing versus literal processing. These parents teach through stories, examples, and scenarios. He continues. But their child may be literal and uninterested in narrative. So the parent says, "When I was your age." The child responds, "What does that have to do with me?" That is not disrespect. It is a different learning pathway. 7. Emotional parents versus logical children. Affective processing versus analytical processing. These parents process through emotion. They feel deeply. They require harmony to think clearly. He adds. But their child may be logical, blunt, or emotionally neutral. So the parent says, "Why do you not care?" The child says, "I do care. I simply do not express it that way." That is not coldness. It is a difference in emotional processing. 8. Embodied parents versus verbal children. Hands-on processing versus verbal processing. These parents teach by demonstrating. They show rather than explain. He continues. But their child may need verbal clarity. So the parent says, "Watch me." The child says, "Can you explain it instead?" That is not stubbornness. It is a different cognitive preference. 9. Delayed processing parents versus fast processing children. Reflective processing versus immediate processing. These parents require time to think. They need silence, space, and reflection before responding. He adds. But their child may want immediate answers. So the parent says, "Give me a moment." The child says, "Why are you not answering?" That is not avoidance. It is deep processing. Many adults raised children with the tools they had, not the tools they needed. And many were judged harshly because their processing style was never explained. He looks around the room with sincerity. You were not a bad parent. You were not an impatient parent. You were not a confusing parent. You were a parent with a processing style that no one taught you to recognize. And now you finally have the language to understand yourself, and your children, with dignity.
Now I would like to demonstrate what happens when a parent and child have different processing styles. These mismatches are extremely common, and they often create tension that neither person intended. In every example, both the parent and the child are doing their best. They simply process the world differently. He pauses, allowing the room to settle. Demonstration 1. Socially dependent parent versus independent child. Parent needs proximity. Child needs solitude. Parent: please stay in the kitchen with me while I cook. I focus better when someone is nearby. Child: I want to finish my homework alone in my room. The parent regulates attention through proximity. The child regulates attention through solitude. Both are valid. Demonstration 2. Parallel processing parent versus single task child. Parent thrives on multiple inputs. Child needs one task at a time. Parent: clean your room and tell me about your day while you do it. Child: I cannot do both. I do not know where to start. Tarquin explains. The parent's mind thrives on simultaneous tasks. The child's mind becomes overwhelmed by them. Demonstration 3. Pattern recognition parent versus detail-focused child. Parent sees patterns instantly. Child processes literally. Parent: you did not notice your friend was upset? It was obvious. Child: no, I did not see anything different. Tarquin nods. The parent sees emotional and behavioral patterns immediately. The child processes information literally and sequentially. Demonstration 4. Spatial memory parent versus list-dependent child. Parent remembers locations. Child needs structure. Parent: your shoes are behind the couch. I remember where you left them. Child: can you please make me a checklist? I forget everything. Tarquin clarifies. The parent navigates the home through spatial mapping. The child requires structured lists and predictable routines. Demonstration 5. Top-down parent versus detail-first child. Parent needs the big picture. Child needs the rule first. Parent: before I explain the rule, let me tell you why it matters. Child: can you tell me the rule first? Tarquin steps between them. The parent requires context before action. The child requires action before context. Demonstration 6. Narrative parent versus literal child. Parent teaches through stories. Child needs direct information. Parent: when I was your age, I learned this lesson the hard way. Child: what does that have to do with me? Tarquin explains. The parent processes through narrative and metaphor. The child processes through direct, literal information. Demonstration 7. Emotional parent versus logical child. Parent processes through emotion. Child processes through logic. Parent: it hurts me when you do not respond with emotion. Child: I do care. I simply do not express it that way. Tarquin softens. The parent's cognition is tied to emotional resonance. The child's cognition is tied to clarity and logic. Demonstration 8. Embodied parent versus verbal child. Parent teaches by doing. Child learns through verbal explanation. Parent: watch me do it. That is how you will learn. Child: can you explain it step by step instead? Tarquin clarifies. The parent learns through movement and demonstration. The child learns through verbal structure. Demonstration 9. Delayed processing parent versus fast processing child. Parent needs time. Child needs immediacy. Parent: I need a moment to think before I respond. Child: why are you not answering? Tarquin steps forward. Voice steady. The parent requires time for deep processing. The child processes rapidly and expects immediate engagement. In every one of these demonstrations, both the parent and the child are operating from their authentic cognitive style. Neither is wrong, neither is difficult, neither is defiant. He pauses. They simply process the world differently. He lets the room breathe. When families understand these differences, communication improves, conflict decreases, and children grow up feeling seen rather than misunderstood.
Earl raises his hand. Blake gives him the floor. Earl stands. Dr. Blake, I have a question. Is there a difference between the way men and women process information? The room perks up, men and women both nodding. Earl continues, because when I give Peggy directions, I say, go down Thomas Street, turn left on 1st, then right on 5th. Straightforward, simple. He gestures dramatically, but Peggy says, sweetheart, is there a bank on the corner? Is there a big tree nearby? Is there a red house with a porch swing? The room laughs, especially the women. Earl shrugs. She has always been like that. She needs landmarks. I need street names. Two completely different systems. The men nod. The women nod. Everyone recognizes themselves. Before Blake can answer, Rocky raises his hand. Blake gives him the floor. Rocky stands. I want to add to what Earl said. My wife and I have 3 boys. When I come home from work, I am exhausted. She tells me everything the boys did that day. He gestures calmly. I listen. I evaluate. I say, boys will be boys. Problem solved. The men laugh. The women glare playfully. Rocky continues. But she gets upset because I do not react emotionally. I processed the information. I reached a conclusion. I moved on. He shrugs. I do not see the problem. Rocky's wife raises her hand. Blake gives her the floor. She stands. I want to add something. We also have a daughter. She is mature, responsible, and wants to start going out with friends. She gestures toward Rocky. I think she is ready. We checked the family. Everything is fine. She pauses. But Rocky becomes overprotective. Very overprotective. He was not like this with the boys. The room murmurs. Everyone has seen this dynamic. She finishes. So how do we understand this? Is this a processing difference too? Blake steps forward, calm, clinical, and deeply grounded. What you are describing, he begins, is not personality. It is not stubbornness. It is not emotional imbalance. It is not gender stereotypes. He pauses. It is neurological processing differences. The room leans in. Blake continues. First, let me be clear. We are discussing averages, not absolutes. There is enormous overlap between men and women. But there are consistent patterns in brain structure and connectivity that influence how information is processed. 1. Brain size. What it means and what it does not mean. On average, Blake says, male brains are approximately 10% larger in total volume than female brains. This is a well-documented anatomical difference. He raises a hand. But size does not determine intelligence. It does not determine capability. It does not determine superiority. He continues. Female brains, on average, have greater cortical thickness in several regions involved in language, emotional processing, decision-making, social interpretation. Male brains, on average, have slightly larger volumes in some spatial and motor regions. He pauses. These are architectural differences, not value differences. 2. Connectivity. How the brain communicates. Large-scale imaging studies show a fascinating pattern. Female brains tend to have stronger inter-hemispheric connectivity, meaning the left and right hemispheres communicate more fluidly. Male brains tend to have stronger intra-hemispheric connectivity, meaning long-range connections within each hemisphere are more dominant. He explains, this can contribute to women integrating emotional, verbal, and contextual information simultaneously, men running long, focused chains of processing within a single domain, such as spatial reasoning or problem solving. He pauses. These are tendencies, not rules. 3. Navigation. Route-based versus landmark-based processing. Blake gestures toward Earl. When we look at navigation, many men rely on route-based, coordinate-style navigation, street names, distances, turns, cardinal directions. Many women rely on landmark-based navigation, recognizable buildings, trees, signs, banks, stores. He nods. So when Earl gives directions using street names, he is using a spatial coordinate system. When Peggy asks for landmarks, she is using a visual context system. He smiles. Both are valid. Both are effective. They simply use different neural networks. 4. Emotional and relational processing. Blake turns toward Rocky and his wife. On average, female brains show greater activation in regions involved in emotional evaluation, relational memory, social cognition, language integration. Male brains, on average, show stronger activation in regions tied to spatial reasoning, threat detection, action-oriented decision-making. He continues. So when Rocky hears about the boy's behavior, his brain may move quickly into assessment, resolution, closure. Once the situation is safe, his system concludes, problem solved. He gestures toward Rocky's wife. Her brain may be processing emotional tone, long-term patterns, relational impact, developmental meaning, future implications. He pauses. Same event, different processing priorities. 5. Protective responses. Fathers and daughters. When fathers perceive potential risk to their daughters, Blake says, we often see heightened activation in brain regions associated with vigilance, risk assessment, protective behavior, social threat detection. He continues. Mothers often evaluate readiness based on maturity, responsibility, relational trust, observed behavior, emotional development. He concludes. These are not disagreements. They are different neurological frameworks responding to the same situation. 6. Learning and communication differences. Blake brings it back to learning. On average, many men prefer direct, concise, goal-oriented information, spatial frameworks, and problem-solving that moves toward closure. Many women prefer contextual, relational, emotionally integrated information, narrative frameworks, and processing that explores meaning. He raises a hand. But again, these are tendencies. There is enormous overlap. 7. The clinical bottom line. Blake steps forward. When we understand these differences, we stop interpreting them as disrespect, indifference, overreaction, coldness, emotional excess, stubbornness, and we start seeing them as complementary processing systems. He finishes. Male and female brains often prioritize different information, and when families learn to translate those differences, communication improves, conflict decreases, and relationships strengthen. Tarquin steps forward, voice warm, steady, and deeply observant. What Dr. Blake just explained, he says, is what many families have lived for decades without language. He continues. In many households, one partner speaks in roots, the other speaks in landmarks. One speaks in conclusions, the other speaks in context. One speaks in risk and protection, the other speaks in growth and readiness. He looks around the room. Without understanding, these differences sound like, you never listen, you are overreacting, you do not care, you are too emotional, you are too cold. He pauses. But with understanding, those same differences become, you are seeing the risk I did not see. You are seeing the emotional impact I did not feel. You are tracking the pattern I missed. You are grounding us in details I would have overlooked. He softens. The goal is not to erase the differences between male and female processing. The goal is to translate them, honor them, and use them to build families where everyone's way of thinking is recognized as a strength.
Blake looks at both couples, then at the room. I want to be very clear, he begins. This is not a marriage counseling session. However, when we discuss processing differences, especially gender-based processing differences, it is responsible to offer a bit of closure to the couples who shared their experiences. He turns first to Earl and Peggy. 1. Blake addresses Earl and Peggy. Blake faces Earl directly. Earl, he says gently, now that you understand the neurological basis for landmark-based navigation, can you be more open-minded when Peggy asks for landmarks, trees, buildings, colors, familiar structures, instead of street names? Earl nods. Yes, sir, I can do that. Peggy smiles warmly at him. Blake nods back. Good. Because Peggy is not being difficult. She is using a valid, neurologically supported navigation system. And you are using a different, equally valid system. Neither of you is wrong. You simply process spatial information differently. Peggy squeezes Earl's arm, and the room softens. 2. Blake addresses Rocky's wife first. Blake turns to Rocky's wife. I want to speak to you first, he says gently. From one clinician to a parent, I want to affirm something important. He pauses. Fathers often experience a strong protective response toward their daughters. This is not criticism. This is not distrust. This is not control. He continues. It is a biologically rooted protective instinct. And the fact that Rocky feels it so strongly is not a negative reflection on you, it is a compliment to your daughter. He softens his tone. There are many young women in the world who do not have fathers who care where they are, who they are with, or whether they are safe. Your daughter does. Rocky's wife nods slowly. Blake concludes. So if Rocky feels she needs a little more time before expanding her independence, consider receiving that not as restriction, but as evidence of his investment and care. She exhales and nods again. All right, she says quietly. I can respect that. 3. Blake addresses Rocky. Blake now turns to Rocky. Rocky, he says, regarding the phrase, boys will be boys, I understand where it comes from. I grew up in a home with brothers myself. Earl chuckles knowingly. Blake continues. And yes, boys often engage in rough, impulsive, high-energy behavior. That part is true. He raises a hand. But when your wife brings you information about the boys, she is not asking for a quick resolution. She is asking for connection. He explains. She needs you to sit with her, listen, and allow her to process the emotional and relational meaning of the situation. Not to dismiss it with a phrase, even a well-intentioned one. The women in the room chuckle softly. Blake finishes. So when she comes to you with concerns, try to pause, sit down, and simply listen. Once she feels heard, the tension dissolves. She does not need a band-aid. She needs your presence. Rocky nods, puts his arm around his wife, and says, all right, I can do that. 4. Blake's final closure statement. Blake steps back, addressing both couples in the entire room. These differences are not flaws. They are not incompatibilities. They are processing differences, rooted in biology, shaped by experience, and strengthened by communication. He concludes, when we understand how our partners process information, we stop interpreting differences as disrespect or indifference, and start seeing them as complementary strengths. The room breathes easier. Both couples look relieved, and the seminar moves forward with a deeper sense of unity and understanding.
The room settles. Blake steps forward. Before we continue with the seminar, he says, I want to open the floor for questions related to the 5 learning pathways and how different neurological profiles engage with them. He scans the room. Rôvi raises her hand immediately. Her cloak shifts softly as she stands, the fabric catching the overhead lights, a subtle shimmer, dignified and unmistakably her. Rich watches her intently, curiosity in his eyes. Blake nods. Yes, Rôvi, you have the floor. Rôvi speaks clearly, with confidence and vulnerability intertwined. I have mosaic Down syndrome, she begins. And I was wondering, regarding the 5 ways that individuals learn, how can parents help children with mosaic Down syndrome learn or pick up on the cues they need to learn effectively? She pauses, then continues. And my second question is, when it comes to those 5 different ways that individuals learn, do people with mosaic Down syndrome fall within that spectrum, or is it a different type of spectrum altogether? The room becomes still. People lean in. This is a question that matters. Blake steps forward. His tone shifts into full clinical depth, precise, compassionate, and deeply respectful. Blake begins with a nod of respect. Thank you, Rôvi. Those are excellent questions, and they deserve a clear, clinically grounded response. Question 1. How can parents help children with mosaic Down syndrome learn or pick up on cues they need to learn effectively? Blake continues. Mosaic Down syndrome is unique because it involves a mixed neurological profile. Some cells have the extra chromosome 21, and some do not. This means learning strengths and challenges can vary widely from person to person. He raises a hand gently. But there are consistent patterns that help parents support learning. 1. Use visual learning pathways. Children with mosaic Down syndrome often benefit from pictures, demonstrations, modeling, visual schedules, color-coded systems, hands-on examples. Visual information tends to anchor the learning process. 2. Provide wait time. Processing may take longer, not because the child is not understanding, but because their brain is organizing information differently. If parents pause, wait, and allow silence, the child often gives a thoughtful, accurate response. 3. Break instructions into smaller steps. Working memory can be more limited, so multi-step verbal instructions may overwhelm the system. Short, clear, sequential steps work best. 4. Use emotional and relational strengths. Many individuals with mosaic Down syndrome have strong emotional intelligence, relational awareness, social motivation. Parents can use connection, warmth, and shared activity as powerful teaching tools. 5. Reinforce through repetition and routine. Repetition strengthens neural pathways. Predictable routines reduce cognitive load and increase confidence. Question 2. Do individuals with mosaic Down syndrome fall within the 5 learning pathways, or is it a different spectrum? Blake answers without hesitation. Individuals with mosaic Down syndrome absolutely fall within the 5 learning pathways. They are not outside the spectrum. They are within it, but with a unique neurological profile that influences how they access those pathways. He continues. The 5 learning pathways describe how the brain prefers to receive and organize information. Mosaic Down syndrome does not create a separate category, it simply means the individual may rely more heavily on certain pathways than others. He explains. For example, many individuals with mosaic Down syndrome are strong visual learners, strong embodied learners, strong narrative learners, strong relational learners, and they may need additional support with auditory processing, working memory, rapid processing, multi-step verbal instructions. He concludes, So yes, they are fully within the 5 learning pathways. Their brains simply access those pathways in a way that reflects their mixed genetic profile. Several people nod. Some look relieved. Others look moved. Blake steps back. Thank you, Rôvi, he says warmly. That was an important question.
Earl raises his hand again. Blake smiles, the kind of smile that says, this is going to be a good one. He gives Earl the floor. Earl stands, scratching the back of his head. Dr. Blake, I got a question. Now, when I went to pick up Rôvi from daycare a couple times, I noticed some of them little bitty kids wearing headphones. Big ones. Looked like they were listening to music or something. The room chuckles softly. Earl continues. And then, when I went to visit my sister Bonnie at her daycare, I passed by a classroom and saw the same thing, little kids with headphones on. Didn't know what they were doing, so I just let it go. He gestures with his hands. Then me and Peg were in the grocery store, and this little kid was sitting in the shopping cart wearing the same kind of headphones. So I was wondering, do those little headphones have anything to do with their learning or something? The room nods. Many people have seen this but never asked. Blake steps forward, posture straight, voice warm and clinical. Earl, Blake begins, that is an excellent question, and one that many adults wonder about but never ask. He continues, those headphones are not for music. They are for sensory regulation. The room leans in. 1. Children learn better when noise is controlled. Many young children, especially those with ADHD, autism, sensory processing differences, anxiety, or auditory sensitivity, struggle in noisy environments. He explains, a classroom, a grocery store, a daycare, these places are full of unpredictable sounds. For some children, that noise is overwhelming. It makes it difficult to focus, listen, or feel safe. 2. Headphones reduce auditory distractions. Blake continues, noise-reducing headphones help block out background noise. This allows the child to concentrate, stay calm, follow instructions, and stay engaged in learning. He adds, this is especially helpful during independent work, reading time, transitions, or crowded environments. 3. Headphones help regulate sensory input. Some children have nervous systems that are extremely sensitive to sound. A sudden noise, a chair scraping, a loud voice, a dropped object, can feel physically painful or startling. He explains, headphones create a buffer. They give the child control over their sensory world. 4. Headphones reduce anxiety. When a child knows the noise is controlled, their anxiety decreases. And when anxiety decreases, learning increases. He pauses. A calm brain learns. An overwhelmed brain shuts down. 5. It is not a sign of a problem, it is a sign of support. Blake softens his tone. Headphones do not mean something is wrong with the child. They mean the adults around that child understand how their brain works, and are supporting them. He concludes, so yes, Earl, those headphones absolutely have to do with learning. They help children regulate their senses so they can focus, feel safe, and participate fully. Earl nods slowly. Well, that makes a whole lot of sense. I didn't know that. Peggy pats his arm proudly. Tarquin steps forward, voice warm and articulate. What drive? Blake just explained is something many families never hear. Headphones are not a trend. They are a tool, a way of giving children the environment their brains need to learn. He adds, and when communities understand that, we stop judging what we see and start supporting what children need. The room nods in agreement.
The room begins to shift. People gathering notebooks, stretching, preparing for the lunch break. Blake steps forward, raising a hand gently. Before we break for our 1-hour lunch, he says, we have time for one final question. A gentleman in the back raises his hand. He is sharply dressed, wearing glasses, posture straight, clearly a professional, perhaps a physician, professor, or clinician. Blake acknowledges him with a nod. Yes, sir, you have the floor. The gentleman stands, voice calm, articulate, and precise. Dr. Blake, he begins, I have a question regarding the 5 learning pathways you've been teaching us today. The room quiets again. People sit back down, sensing this will be important. He continues, my question is this. When an individual experiences a stroke, whether mild or severe, what happens to those 5 learning pathways? Do they change? Do they weaken? Do they reorganize? And how does the brain determine which learning abilities remain intact and which ones are affected? He adjusts his glasses. In other words, after a stroke, how does the brain redistribute or recover those learning processes? The room murmurs. This is a question many have wondered about but never had the language to ask. Blake steps forward, expression warm and impressed. Star Blake's response, responsible, professional, and a perfect setup. That, Blake says with a smile, is an excellent question. He continues, tone respectful and clinical, and it deserves the time, depth, and clarity that such a question requires. The relationship between stroke, brain injury, and learning pathways is complex and profoundly important. He gestures gently toward the audience. I want to give you a complete, responsible explanation, one that honors the science, the lived experience, and the recovery process. He pauses, and that is not something I want to rush through in the final 2 minutes before lunch. The room nods. They appreciate the respect. Blake concludes, so here is what we will do. When we return from our 1-hour lunch break, we will begin with this question. We will explore what happens to the 5 learning pathways after a stroke, how the brain reorganizes itself, what abilities tend to remain intact, what abilities may be affected, and how rehabilitation taps into these pathways to restore function. He nods to the gentleman. Your question is important, and it will receive the full attention it deserves. He turns back to the room. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. We will reconvene in 1 hour.
The moment Blake dismisses the room for lunch, the energy shifts. Chairs slide back, people stretch, conversations spark instantly. Everyone knows the routine by now. Tarquin takes his lunch first, slipping out with a nod. Dr. Blake stays in the room, as always, calm, available, present. A few specialists rotate out, a few rotate in. The room feels safe, supervised, and open. Rocky and his wife stand, gather their things, and head out chatting softly. Peggy and Earl rise next, Peggy adjusting her purse, Earl holding the door for her. The hallway fills with the sound of footsteps and casual conversation. A few participants linger. 1. People approach Taquan privately. 2 men and a woman approach him quietly. They ask the kinds of questions people are too embarrassed to ask in front of a full room. Questions about processing, relationships, emotional regulation, and how to support their kids. Taquan listens with patience and dignity, offering grounded, professional guidance. 2. A couple approaches the former principal. They explain that their child was placed in a remedial class, and they believe it was a mistake. The ex-principal listens carefully, then gives them insight into school placement, questions to ask the teacher, documentation to request, and how to advocate respectfully but firmly. They leave looking relieved. 3. Others scatter. Some check their phones. Some head to the vending machine. Some step outside for fresh air. Some sit quietly, decompressing. It feels like a real community. As the hour passes, people return in small waves. Rocky and his wife come back in with trays, eating casually and talking. Earl and Peggy wander in next, laughing about something only they understand. Rôvi returns with her backpack and her lunch, pomegranate seeds, mango slices, and a fresh salad. A security guard steps into the doorway, does a quick sweep, nods, and leaves. Everything is calm. Earl nudges Peggy. "Hey Peg, guess who's coming to the next seminar?" Peggy looks up. "Who?" "Bubba and Ruby Joe." Peggy's face lights up. Earl continues. "Yeah, Bubba really enjoyed the last one. I told him times have changed. People don't use those old outdated terminologies anymore. Blake's next seminar is going to be about appropriate and inappropriate things to say to full-figured women, single women, widowers, different cultures, all that." Peggy nods. "That's good. A lot of people want to do better once they learn better." Earl smiles. "Bubba's a good man. He just grew up in a tiny town. He wants to set a better example for his kids. His kids are already learning the modern stuff in school, so he wants to catch up." Peggy beams. "I'm proud of him." Then she leans closer and whispers, "Hey Earl, I wonder what Rich and Rôvi talked about during that test drive." Earl sighs. "Peg, please let it go." Rich wanders back in with a tray, salad, grilled cheese, and fruit. Rôvi glances over. "Oh, you're eating healthy today." Rich gives a modest, sideways smile. "Well, I'm trying. I think you're starting to rub off on me." She smiles back, soft and warm, then returns to her food. Rich continues eating, but he keeps glancing at her, not staring, just noticing. After a moment, he says quietly, "I wanted to thank you for asking that question earlier. About mosaic Down syndrome. I was thinking the same thing about my daughter." Rôvi nods. "Yeah, I've always wondered if people with Down syndrome fit into the same 5 learning pathways drive Blake was talking about. They share a small, comfortable moment, nothing romantic, nothing forced. Just 2 people connecting through shared understanding. Then they both return to their meals. Earl watches them from across the room. He doesn't say a word to Peggy, because she'd run with it. But in his mind he thinks, if anybody was going to be Rôvi's love interest, I'd want it to be Rich. That kid's got a good head on his shoulders. He'd take care of her. He wouldn't hurt her. He keeps that thought to himself. People finish their lunches. Trays get stacked outside the door. Facilitators switch. Now Taquan is in the room. Specialists rotate back in. Conversations quiet down. Chairs slide forward. The room is full again. Everyone is ready. The seminar is about to resume.
The room settles. People finish their last bites. Conversations fade. Blake steps forward, calm, centered, and ready. Blake waits for silence, not demanding it, but allowing it to arrive. Before lunch, he begins. "We ended with an excellent question." He nods toward the gentleman with glasses. "You asked what happens to the 5 learning pathways when a person experiences a stroke, whether mild or severe. And you asked how the brain determines which abilities remain intact, which are affected, and how learning reorganizes afterward." He pauses. This is a profoundly important question. And it deserves a complete, responsible explanation. He steps forward. 1. First, a stroke is not a single event, it is a disruption of a network. When a stroke occurs, Blake explains, it does not simply affect one spot in the brain. It affects the region where blood flow was lost, the networks connected to that region, and the pathways that rely on those networks. He continues, the brain is not a collection of isolated parts. It is a system of interconnected circuits. So when one area is injured, the entire network must reorganize. 2. The 5 learning pathways are distributed across the brain. Blake gestures toward the screen. The 5 learning pathways we discussed earlier, visual, auditory, read-write, kinesthetic, and multi-input, are not located in single brain regions. They are distributed systems. He breaks it down. Visual learning involves the occipital lobes, parietal lobes, and visual association areas. Auditory learning involves the temporal lobes, auditory cortex, and language networks. Read-write learning involves frontal, temporal, and parietal integration areas. Kinesthetic learning involves the motor cortex, cerebellum, and sensory motor networks. Multi-input learning involves large-scale networks that coordinate multiple senses at once. He pauses. So when a stroke occurs, the impact depends entirely on which networks were disrupted. 3. After a stroke, learning pathways do not disappear, they reorganize. Blake's tone becomes warm and reassuring. One of the most remarkable things about the human brain is its ability to reorganize itself. This is called neuroplasticity. He continues. After a stroke, the brain begins to reroute information, recruit neighboring regions, strengthen surviving pathways, and build new connections to compensate for the damaged ones. He nods. This is why rehabilitation works. The brain is not static, it adapts. 4. What typically happens to each learning pathway after a stroke? Blake moves into specifics. The visual learning pathway. If the stroke affects the occipital or parietal regions, visual processing may slow or become less precise. But other pathways, especially kinesthetic and auditory, often strengthen to compensate. The auditory learning pathway. If the temporal lobe or language areas are affected, auditory processing may become more difficult. But visual and kinesthetic pathways often become stronger. The read-write learning pathway. This pathway is highly sensitive to stroke because it requires multiple regions working together. Reading may slow, writing may become more effortful. But with repetition and structured practice, the brain can rebuild these skills. The kinesthetic learning pathway. If the motor cortex or cerebellum is affected, movement-based learning may be disrupted. But the brain often recruits alternative motor pathways, especially with physical therapy. The multi-input learning pathway. This pathway is the most resilient. Even after significant injury, the brain often finds ways to integrate multiple senses again, though it may take time. 5. The brain decides what survives based on 3 factors. Blake raises 3 fingers. Location of the stroke. Different regions support different functions. Severity of the stroke. How much tissue was affected determines how much reorganization is needed. Pre-existing strengths. This is crucial. The pathways that were strongest before the stroke are often the ones that recover the fastest. He pauses. This is why understanding a person's learning style before an injury is so important. 6. The most important truth. A stroke changes learning, but it does not erase it. Blake's voice softens. A stroke may alter the speed, efficiency, or preferred pathway of learning. But it does not eliminate the ability to learn. He continues. The brain is capable of extraordinary recovery. It may take more time, more repetition, more visual support, more structure, more patience, but learning remains possible. He looks around the room. And in many cases, individuals discover new strengths they did not know they had. 7. The clinical bottom line. Blake concludes. The 5 learning pathways do not vanish after a stroke. They reorganize. They adapt. They rebuild. He nods toward the gentleman. And when we understand how the brain rewires itself, we stop underestimating people, and start supporting them in the way their brain now learns best. The room is silent. Deeply moved, deeply attentive. Tarquin steps forward slowly, hands relaxed, voice warm, grounded, and deeply observant. Tarquin looks around the room, letting the weight of Blake's explanation settle. What Dr. Blake just broke down, he begins, is the science. Now I want to talk about what that science feels like in real life. In families, in communities, in living rooms, in hospital rooms. His tone is steady, compassionate. 1. A stroke doesn't just happen to a person, it happens to a community. When someone has a stroke, Tarquin says, the whole family feels it. The routines change. The communication changes. The pace changes. He continues. And sometimes, the hardest part is not the physical recovery, it's the emotional adjustment. Because the person you love is still there. But the way they process the world may have shifted. He pauses. That can be scary, but it does not have to be hopeless. 2. The 5 learning pathways don't disappear, they just speak a different language. Tarquin gestures gently. What Dr. Blake explained is that the learning pathways don't vanish. They reorganize. They reroute. They find new ways to communicate. He softens. And in the community, we see this all the time. Someone who used to be a strong verbal learner may suddenly become more visual. Someone who used to rely on movement may now need more structure. Someone who used to process quickly may now need more time. He nods. That is not regression. That is adaptation. 3. Families often misinterpret slower processing as loss, when it's actually rebuilding. Tarquin's voice deepens. In our communities, we sometimes panic when someone slows down after a stroke. We think, they're not the same, they're slipping, they're losing abilities. He shakes his head gently. But what's really happening is this. The brain is rewiring, it's reorganizing, it's trying to find a new route to the same destination. He adds, and that takes time, it takes patience, it takes understanding. 4. The biggest mistake communities make is rushing the process. Tarquin continues, after a stroke, people need more wait time, more repetition, more visual cues, more emotional safety, more grace, more space to think, more space to try again. He pauses. But what they do not need is pressure. They do not need someone hovering over them saying, you used to do this faster. Or, why can't you remember this? Or, you were fine yesterday. He shakes his head. That kind of pressure shuts the brain down. Support opens it back up. 5. The community's role is not to fix, it's to translate. Tarquin steps forward slightly. When someone's learning pathways shift after a stroke, the community's job is not to force them back into who they were. It's to learn who they are now. He explains. That means noticing which pathway is strongest, adjusting communication, slowing the pace, using visuals, breaking things into steps, celebrating small wins, and remembering that recovery is not linear. He smiles softly. And when families do that, something beautiful happens. The person doesn't feel broken. They feel supported. 6. The heart of the community lens. Tarquin finishes with warmth and dignity. A stroke may change the way someone learns. But it does not change their worth. It does not change their identity. It does not change their humanity. He looks around the room. And when communities understand that, when they stop rushing, stop judging, and start supporting, recovery becomes a partnership, not a burden. He nods once, firmly. That is the community lens.
Rôvi lifts her hand. Her cloak shifts softly as she stands, the shimmer catching the overhead lights again. Blake gives her the floor with a warm, respectful nod. Yes, Rôvi, go ahead. She speaks clearly, with that calm confidence she's earned throughout the seminar. Dr. Blake, when someone is diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, how does their brain learn? The room becomes still, not tense, but deeply attentive. Blake steps forward, posture grounded, voice steady and compassionate. Thank you, Rôvi, Blake begins. That is an important question, and I want to answer it in a way that is clear, respectful, and grounded in what we understand about learning in the brain. He continues. Dissociative identity disorder, DID, is not a learning disability. It is not a cognitive impairment. It is a trauma-based adaptation. He pauses, and because of that, the brain does not lose the ability to learn. Instead, it learns in a distributed, compartmentalized, and sometimes state-dependent way. 1. Learning in DID is state-dependent. Blake explains. In DID, different identity states, or parts, may have different levels of access to memories, skills, emotional information, sensory experiences, and learned material. This is called state-dependent learning. He clarifies. It means that what one part learns may not always be fully accessible to another part right away. He raises a hand gently. But the brain is still learning, just in a way that reflects how it adapted to survive overwhelming experiences. 2. The 5 learning pathways still apply. Blake continues. The 5 learning pathways, visual, auditory, read-write, kinesthetic, and multi-input, still apply to individuals with DID. He explains. Each part may have its own preferred pathway. One part may be a strong visual learner. Another may learn best through movement. Another may rely on narrative or emotional cues. He nods. This is not a deficit. It is a reflection of how the brain organized itself to manage trauma. 3. Learning can be uneven, but not broken. Blake's tone softens. In DID, learning can appear uneven because different parts may have different ages, different emotional states, different coping strategies, different access to memory, different levels of focus or avoidance. But the ability to learn remains intact. He adds. In fact, many individuals with DID are exceptionally strong learners, especially in areas involving creativity, pattern recognition, emotional intelligence, and problem solving. 4. The brain uses compartmentalization as a learning strategy. Blake continues. DID develops as a protective response to overwhelming experiences. The brain creates compartments, not to block learning, but to manage it. He explains. Each part may hold specific memories, specific skills, specific emotional knowledge, specific sensory experiences. This can make learning feel fragmented at times. But it also means the brain has multiple pathways to store and retrieve information. 5. Integration of learning happens over time. Blake concludes. Even though different parts may learn differently, the brain is always working toward communication and cooperation between those parts. He clarifies. This does not mean forcing parts to merge. It means allowing information to be shared more freely over time. He finishes with warmth. So to answer your question clearly, individuals with DID absolutely learn. And they learn well. They simply learn in a way that reflects how their brain protected them. The 5 learning pathways still apply. They are simply accessed through different internal states. A few people nod. Some look relieved. Others look like they finally understand something they've wondered about for years. Blake gives Rôvi a warm nod. Thank you for asking that, Rôvi. It was an important question.
Tarquin steps forward slowly, hands relaxed, voice warm, steady, and deeply observant. Tarquin looks at Rôvi with genuine respect, not curiosity, not pity, but recognition. Rôvi, he begins, what you just asked is the kind of question that helps communities understand something most people never talk about out loud. Because dissociative identity disorder isn't just a clinical term, it's a lived reality for real people in real families. He turns to the room. And the way communities respond to it can either help or harm. 1. Communities often misunderstand DID, they see the label, not the person. Tarquin speaks with clarity. In many communities, when people hear did, they imagine chaos, confusion, or instability. That's because they've only seen Hollywood versions, not real human beings. He shakes his head gently. But did is not about being broken. It's about a brain that adapted to survive something overwhelming. He continues. And when you understand that, you stop seeing the diagnosis. And you start seeing the strength. 2. Learning in did is not lost, it's organized differently. Tarquin gestures thoughtfully. What Dr. Blake explained is that learning in did is state-dependent. Different parts may hold different skills, memories, or emotional knowledge. He adds. And from a community perspective, that means this. Someone may read better in one state, communicate better in another, solve problems better in another, or stay calm better in another. That's not inconsistency. That's the brain using every tool it has. He nods. And that deserves respect. 3. The community mistake, confusing difference with deficit. Tarquin's tone deepens. In our communities, we sometimes misinterpret these shifts. We say things like, "Why can't you remember this? You knew this yesterday. You're acting different." He raises a hand. But what's really happening is this. The brain is switching to the part that can handle the moment. He softens. That's not a failure. That's resilience. 4. The 5 learning pathways still apply, but they may belong to different parts. Tarquin continues. Some parts may be strong visual learners. Some may be strong emotional learners. Some may be strong narrative learners. Some may rely on movement or sensory grounding. He explains. And when communities understand that, they stop trying to force one learning style and start supporting the learning style that shows up in the moment. 5. The community's role is not to control, it's to collaborate. Tarquin steps forward slightly. When someone has did, the community's job is not to demand consistency. It's to create safety, predictability, and respect. He lists them clearly. Speak calmly. Give time. Don't shame memory gaps. Don't force explanations. Follow the person's pace. Honor the part that's present. And never treat them like they're fragile or incapable. He pauses. People with did are often some of the most intuitive, creative, emotionally intelligent individuals in the room. 6. The heart of the community lens. Tarquin finishes with warmth and dignity. So to answer your question from the community side, people with did absolutely learn. And they learn powerfully. They simply learn through a system that was built to protect them. And when communities understand that, they stop judging the pattern and start honoring the person. He nods once, firmly. That is the community lens.
Blake scans the room, giving space for anyone who still has a question. A couple in the back raises their hands, the mother first, then the father. Blake gives them the floor with a warm, attentive nod. The mother stands, voice steady but emotional. "Dr. Blake, my husband and I have a son who was placed in special education. He's riding the little yellow bus. We've been fighting to get him out of that placement." She gestures toward the ex-principal specialist. "We already spoke with the former principal you brought in, and he gave us some steps to take, and we're going to follow them. But we still have a question for you." She takes a breath. "Our son can comprehend just fine. We see it at home. He understands what we say. He repeats things back to us correctly. But when he writes it down, something happens." She gives the example. "If I say, write down the number 384, he'll look right at me, repeat it perfectly. 3, 8, 4. But then he writes down 3, 8, 7. She continues. "And if I say, write the word cat, CAT, he'll repeat it out loud. CAT. But on the paper, he writes, COT. She looks at Blake, confused and worried. He hears it. He repeats it. He understands it. But he doesn't write it. And that's why the school put him in special ed. We don't think he belongs there. She sits down slowly. The room is silent, everyone is listening. Blake steps forward, posture grounded, voice warm and clinical. Thank you for sharing that, Blake says gently. And let me start by saying this clearly, I cannot diagnose anything here. But I can explain what patterns like this often mean in general. He continues. 1. Your son's comprehension is intact, the issue is in the translation step. What you're describing is not a comprehension problem. It's a conversion problem, the step where the brain takes what it hears and turns it into written symbols. He explains. When a child can repeat something correctly but writes it incorrectly, it often means the brain is having difficulty with sequencing, working memory, auditory to visual translation, or visual motor integration. He raises a hand gently. This does not mean he belongs in special education. 2. This pattern is common in children whose brains process information differently. Blake continues. Some children hear the information perfectly. They understand it perfectly. But when they go to write it, the brain substitutes a similar sound, flips a number, changes the sequence, or writes what it predicts instead of what it heard. He clarifies. This is not defiance. This is not laziness. This is not low intelligence. 3. The issue is often with the brain's internal mapping system. Blake explains. The brain has to map. Sound right pointing arrow meaning. Meaning right pointing arrow symbol. Symbol right pointing arrow motor movement. If any one of those steps is slower or less precise, the written output will not match the spoken input. He adds. And children with this pattern often get mislabeled as slow or behind, when in reality, they simply need information delivered in a different way. 4. The most important truth. This is a learning pattern, not a measure of ability. Blake softens his tone. Your son is not broken. He is not incapable. He is not less intelligent than his peers. He concludes. He simply learns in a way that requires visual support, repetition, slower pacing, and multi-sensory teaching. And once those supports are in place, children like your son often thrive. The couple nods, visibly relieved.
Blake scans the room. Any other questions before we move on? A hand lifts slowly in the back. A woman, small in posture, shoulders slightly rounded, eyes lowered. She looks like she's debating whether she should even speak. Blake gives her a warm nod. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor. She stands, but her voice is so soft that only the first row hears her. People lean in, trying to catch her words. Blake immediately steps forward and hands her a microphone. Here, take your time. We want to hear you. She nods, grateful, and begins again. Dr. Blake, I've been fired more times than I can remember. The room quiets. I've been fired from fast food places because they yell at me. They expect me to work fast. I can't work in a high-stress environment like that. She swallows. I can do the job. I can do everything they ask. But not when someone is hovering over me. Not when they're rushing me. Not when they expect me to meet quotas. A few people nod. They know this feeling. She continues. I got fired from office jobs too. They wanted me to multitask. High-impact multitasking. I can only focus on one thing at a time. Her voice shakes. And I got fired from a factory job because the noise. The trucks. The beeping. It was too much. I couldn't handle it. She takes a breath. I have my social security. It's enough to live on. But I want to work. I want to contribute. I want to feel useful. She looks at Blake, vulnerable but brave. So my question is, based on the 5 learning pathways you talked about, Could you go down the list again and tell me what kinds of jobs fit each one? Because maybe I'm not in the right job lane. Maybe that's why I keep getting fired. A few people chuckle softly, not at her, but because they relate so deeply it hurts. Blake steps forward, voice warm, steady, and protective. Thank you, he says softly. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your courage. And thank you for trusting this room with your story. He continues. What you just described is something many adults experience, but almost no one talks about. And I want to say this clearly. You are not the problem. The environment was the problem. The room murmurs in agreement. Blake continues. Some workplaces are built for speed, noise, pressure, and multitasking. Those environments are not compatible with every learning pathway. And that's okay. He gestures toward the screen. You asked for the 5 learning pathways again, and the kinds of jobs that fit each one. Let's go through them. Blake speaks slowly, clearly, making sure she feels seen. 1. Visual learners. Strengths. Patterns, images, charts, color, spatial layout. Good environments. Libraries. Data entry. Filing and organizing. Inventory work. Quality control. Photography. Graphic tasks. Sorting. Labeling. Scanning. Quiet office roles with predictable routines. These jobs allow you to work at your own pace, with visual structure and minimal chaos. 2. Auditory learners. Strengths. Listening, tone, rhythm, spoken instructions. Good environments. Call centers, low-pressure ones. Receptionist roles. Tutoring. Reading to children. Audio transcription. Phone-based customer support, non-sales. These roles rely on listening rather than speed or multitasking. 3. Read-write learners. Strengths. Lists, notes, written instructions, documentation. Good environments. Clerical work, record keeping, proofreading, data entry, scheduling, inventory logs, email-based communication. These jobs allow you to focus on one task at a time, with clear written steps. 4. Kinesthetic movement learners. Strengths. Hands-on tasks, physical engagement, routine movement. Good environments. Stocking shelves, light cleaning, gardening, animal care, laundry services, assembly tasks, quiet environments. Organizing physical spaces. These roles let your body guide your learning without overwhelming noise. 5. Multi-input learners. Strengths. Switching modes, adapting, combining senses. Good environments. Childcare, hospitality, quiet settings, community centers, craft-based work, small business support, creative roles. These jobs allow variety without chaos. Blake looks directly at her, voice soft but firm. You have not failed. You have been placed in environments that were not built for your brain. He pauses. And the fact that you're still trying, still wanting to work, still wanting to contribute, tells me you have not lost your strength. He concludes. You don't need to change who you are. You need to find the environment that fits the way your brain learns. The room nods. Some people even clap softly.
Blake scans the room. Any other questions before we move forward? A young man in the middle row raises his hand. He looks nervous. Not shy, but vulnerable. Blake gives him the floor with a warm nod. Yes, sir. Go ahead. The young man stands, clears his throat, and speaks with honesty. Dr. Blake, I just got married. My wife and I want to start a family. But we're scared. The room quiets. My wife learns through sound only. I'm a kinesthetic learner. I have to move, touch, do. He glances at his hands. We've learned to adapt as adults. We've learned how to survive with our learning pathways. But if we have children, are our learning pathways going to be passed down? He swallows. We're scared we're going to create a whole new monster of a pathway. Something that causes our kids severe learning problems. He winces. I'm sorry if that sounds offensive. We're not trying to be dramatic. We want answers. He sits. The room is silent. Not judging, but deeply empathetic. Blake steps forward, voice warm, steady, and reassuring. Thank you for asking that, Blake says gently. And let me start with the most important truth. Learning pathways are not genetic destinies. He continues. Your child will not inherit a sound-only brain or a kinesthetic-only brain. Learning pathways are not fixed traits passed down like eye color. He gestures softly. They are patterns, shaped by environment, exposure, teaching style, emotional safety, developmental experiences, and the child's own natural preferences. He pauses. So no, you are not going to create a monster pathway. You are going to create a child with their own unique blend of strengths. 1. Children do not copy their parents' learning pathways. Blake explains. 2 auditory learners can have a visual learner child. 2 kinesthetic learners can have a read-write learner child. 2 mixed pathway parents can have a child who learns in a completely different way. He smiles. Children are not carbon copies. They are combinations. 2. What children do inherit is the environment you create. Blake continues. What your child will inherit is your patience, your awareness, your willingness to adapt, your understanding of learning differences, your emotional intelligence, your ability to say, let's figure out how you learn. He nods. That is what shapes a child's success, not the parent's learning pathways. 3. Your fears come from love, not reality. Blake softens his tone. You're not afraid of your child having a learning difference. You're afraid of your child suffering the way you did. He pauses. And that tells me something important. You are already the kind of parents who will protect your child's confidence. You are already the kind of parents who will adjust, adapt, and advocate. He smiles warmly. That is what matters. 4. Learning pathways are not problems. They are preferences. Blake continues. Auditory learning is not a disability. Kinesthetic learning is not a disability. They are simply ways the brain prefers to take in information. He adds. And children raised by parents who understand learning differences tend to thrive. Because they grow up in a home where learning is flexible, not rigid. 5. The bottom line. Blake concludes. You are not going to create a child with a monster pathway. You are going to create a child with a human pathway. One that reflects their own brain, not yours. He nods gently. And because you already understand learning differences, your child will grow up with something many children never get. Parents who know how to teach them in the way their brain learns best. The young man exhales, relieved, emotional, grateful. The room nods in agreement.
Tarquin steps forward slowly, hands relaxed, voice warm, steady, and deeply human. Tarquin looks at the young man with a kind of quiet recognition. The kind that says, I've seen this fear before, and I understand it. He begins, what you just shared, that wasn't just a question. That was a fear that a lot of people carry in silence. He nods gently, and the fact that you said it out loud, in front of a room full of strangers, tells me you're already thinking like a father. 1. Communities often carry generational fear, not generational facts. In many families, Tarquin says, people grow up believing that their struggles are something they're going to pass down. Not because it's true, but because they were made to feel like their learning style was a flaw. He shakes his head, but learning pathways aren't curses. They're not hereditary punishments. They're not something you give to a child. He softens. They're simply ways the brain prefers to take in the world. 2. What children inherit is not your pathway. It's your patterns of love. Tarquin gestures toward the young man and his wife. Your child won't inherit your learning style, but they will inherit the patience you show each other, the way you slow down when someone needs time, the way you listen, the way you adapt, the way you refuse to shame each other for learning differently, the way you protect each other's confidence. He smiles. That's the real inheritance. 3. The real danger isn't the learning style, it's the shame around it. Tarquin's tone deepens, but stays warm. In our communities, the thing that hurts children the most isn't how they learn. It's how adults react to how they learn. He explains, when a child grows up hearing, "Why can't you do this? You're too slow. You're not like the other kids." That's what creates wounds. He looks at the young man with compassion. You already know what that feels like. And because you know, you won't do that to your child. 4. Your child will have something you never had. Parents who understand learning differences. Tarquin steps forward slightly. Your child will grow up in a home where learning is flexible, mistakes aren't punishments, differences aren't shamed, pacing is respected, and nobody is forced into a box that doesn't fit them. He nods. That alone puts your child miles ahead. 5. You're not creating a monster pathway, you're creating a safe one. Tarquin smiles softly, warmly. You said you were scared of creating a monster pathway. Let me tell you something from the community side. Children don't come out as monsters. They come out as themselves. And when they're raised by parents who understand learning differences, they grow up confident, capable, and emotionally safe. He pauses. You and your wife aren't a risk to your future child. You're an advantage. 6. The heart of the community lens. Tarquin finishes with dignity and warmth. So here's the truth from the community perspective. You're not passing down a problem. You're passing down compassion. You're not creating a burden. You're creating a child who will be understood. And that is the greatest gift any parent can give. He nods once, firmly. That is the community lens.
The room settles. People shift in their seats, waiting to see if Blake has anything else to add. Blake steps forward, scanning the room with that calm, grounded presence he carries so naturally. Before we close out, he says, "Does anyone have any final questions?" He looks around. Tarquin scans the opposite side of the room as well. No hands go up. Just quiet, thoughtful faces. Blake nods. "I believe some of you still have personal questions, questions you'd prefer to ask privately rather than in front of the group. That's completely understandable." He gestures toward the folders on each desk. In your folder, you'll find a small notepad. If you have a personal question you'd like me to address later, write it down along with your name and email address. Tarquin steps forward with a small box and places it on the table near the front. When you're done, Blake continues, drop your paper into the box Tarquin is holding. Your privacy will be respected. I may do a part 2 of this seminar, and if so, I'll notify you. He pauses, then smiles warmly. If there are no further questions, I want to thank all of our specialists for being here today. And I want to thank all of you for your honesty, your courage, and your engagement. Your questions made this seminar what it was. He adds, with his usual professionalism. And for anyone on parole who needs a form signed, either Tarquin or I will be more than glad to sign it for you before you leave. He nods once. You are officially dismissed. Chairs slide back. People stretch. A few attendees walk straight to the door. Others drift toward the specialists to say thank you. Several participants quietly slip their folded notes into Tarquin's box. He nods respectfully to each person. Rocky and his wife walk over to Rich. The two men talk, relaxed, friendly, familiar. Rocky's wife turns to Peggy, Earl, and Rôvi. Goodbye, she says warmly. They exchange smiles. Rocky gently wraps his arm around his wife's shoulders, pulling her close as they walk out, completely in love. Blake notices and smiles. Rocky glances back and smiles at Blake in return. Suitcases click shut. Projectors are unplugged. Cables are coiled. The room slowly transforms from a seminar space back into an ordinary room. The seminar room is thinning out. Specialists pack up their equipment. People drop their private questions into Tarquin's box. Earl and Peggy gather their things.
Rich stands at the front table, sliding a folder into his backpack, with that calm, unhurried confidence he carries everywhere. He doesn't fidget. He doesn't hesitate. He moves like a man who knows exactly who he is. He glances over at Rôvi, not shy, not nervous, just aware. You know, he says in that steady, grounded tone of his, "I like your music. You're a really good songwriter." Rôvi freezes for half a second, eyes widening. Her voice comes out soft, almost startled. "How do you know I'm a good songwriter?" Rich zips his backpack halfway, then looks at her directly, cool, composed, respectful. "You mentioned your website in class the other day," he says, "so I went to it. Listened to some of your songs." He pauses, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, not flirting, just analyzing, the way an alpha male does when something genuinely impresses him. "You know what really stuck out to me?" he asks. Rôvi swallows. "What?" "That song you wrote about re-entry." He says, "Nobody talks about that. Not even the big mainstream artists. Nobody brings attention to what people go through when they're trying to rebuild their lives. But you did, and you handled it with dignity." Rôvi's cheeks warm. She looks down for a moment. Rich continues, still calm, still steady. "And that song you wrote about people living with herpes, that one surprised me. Most people make a joke out of it. You didn't. You treated it like a real medical condition that real people struggle with, that takes guts." He shifts his backpack onto one shoulder. "And all those other songs you wrote about agoraphobia, eating disorders, male domestic violence, men being victims of sexual assault. You're doing what the industry has ignored for over a century. You're bringing awareness to things nobody else touches." He shakes his head slightly, impressed. "That's rare, and it's powerful." Rôvi's face turns pink. She tries to hide it by looking down and pretending to organize her backpack. Rich watches her for a moment, not smiling, not smirking, not flirting, just observing. Respectfully, curiously, a little longer than most people would. That's when she looks away, overwhelmed. "Thank you," she whispers. "I really appreciate that." Rich nods once. "Yeah, I just wanted you to know you're a really good songwriter." He swings his backpack fully onto his shoulder and walks away. The same cool, steady stride he walked in with. No hesitation, no awkwardness, Just a man who said what he meant and left with the same quiet authority he always carries. Earl watches the whole thing. His eyebrows lift. The light bulb goes off. Peggy nudges him sharply with her elbow. Earl, I know. Peggy, I know, he says quickly, cutting her off before she can say another word. Rôvi keeps her head down, stuffing things into her backpack that don't need stuffing. And that's where the scene ends.
Rich stepped out of the seminar room with the same alpha male steady, unhurried stride. He carried everywhere, shoulders squared, posture relaxed, eyes alert. Something had shifted in him, something intellectually. He had encountered someone who didn't fit into any category he'd known before. As he walked down the hallway, backpack slung over one shoulder, he replayed her music in his mind. He recognized talent when he heard it. He recognized discipline. He recognized someone who had built something out of nothing, the same way he was trying to rebuild his own life. And that commanded his respect. He wasn't imagining anything inappropriate. He wasn't crossing any lines in his mind. He was simply acknowledging a truth. She was different. Someone who had carved out a life with more independence and integrity than many people he'd met on the outside. That impressed him. And Rich didn't get impressed easily. He reached the exit doors, pushed one open, and stepped into the cool air. He was thinking about her music, her discipline, her independence, her ability to ask follow-up questions that made him open up without even realizing it. A reminder that people come in forms he had never expected. A reminder that strength doesn't always look like his own. A reminder that innocence and independence can coexist in the same person. He walked to his car, unlocked it, and paused for a moment before getting in. She was on his radar.
There's a certain kind of silence that only a classroom can make. Not peaceful, not calm, just a heavy kind. The kind that waits for someone to be put on the spot. The teacher clears her throat, that sharp little aim that sliced through the noise like a ruler on a desk.
All right, who wants to read the next paragraph?
Her eyes sweep the room like a searchlight looking for trouble. And for a second, I swear I'm invisible, but then my name dropped into the air. Like a stone into still water, I pick up the book. The words look familiar, but they don't sit still. They wiggle, they shift, they slide around like they're trying to escape the page. I take a breath, start slow. The construction of the monument. A stumble, a pause, a crack in the sentence that I can't quite step over.
He can't read. Somebody get him a dictionary.
He's too slow.
Just skip him.
Their laughter hits harder than any mispronounced word ever could. My face burns, my hands shake. The sentence dissolves into fog I can't navigate. The teacher hushes them.
But the damage? Already done.
The room goes quiet, but the echo stays loud. And here's the part they never knew.
The part I never said out loud. That story.
It really happened to me. That moment, that sting, that spotlight I never asked for, is the reason I speak now. The reason I write, the reason I stand here telling you this, because some of us need more time.
Some of us
need different tools.
Some of us
read with our ears or learn with our hands or think in pictures instead of paragraphs.
And none of that,
not one bit of it,
is a punchline.
So if you've ever laughed at someone struggling to read, or rolled your eyes when someone needed help, or whispered about the kid who learns differently, I'm asking you to do better. Not for me, but for the next kid who gets called on to read and feels the whole room waiting for them to fail. Every mind learns differently, and every mind deserves respect.
Every mind's a different rhythm, every brain a different beat. So why judge the way we learn by how we read? Some people learn by listening, they catch the rhythm in the sound. Their minds light up with stories as the words go spinning round.
Others need the page before them, ain't dancing line by line. It's just the way their brain is wired, their own design, their own design. We forget that every mind has its own way to shine.
So don't you laugh at how I read, don't say I'm slow or strange. My thoughts don't travel through the words, they take another lane. Some people see in pictures, some learn by doing with their hands. There's more than one way to understand. Some folks need a demonstration, show them once they've got it down. Others learn through repetition,
turning new ideas around.
Brains build different pathways, science shows that's how we grow. Neural maps are never matching, every mind has its own flow. Auditory souls hear rhythm, lectures podcast as they go. The minds ride the sound waves, that's how the info grows. Visual learners sketch it out, diagrams and colors bold. A single picture sparks the fire, turning concepts into gold. Kinesthetic movers build and touch, experiments set them free. While read-write fans jot it down, listen notes are key. And when dyslexia flips the script, making letters twist and shift, they shine in other ways. Don't judge the gifts you might have missed.
Don't judge, don't judge.
Fact one, brains are varied, neurodiversity is true. 15 to 20% have wiring that's brand new. Studies show with ADHD, focus jumps, but creativity soars. Autism brings deep dive thinking, dyslexia unlocks new doors. Brain scans light up different paths, sound for some and sight for some. But here's the truth behind it all, no learning style is dumb. And here's the hardest fact of all, unique learners get hurt more, 31% are bullied. So let's choose kindness at the door.
So let's give grace for every style, we're all learning all the while. So don't you laugh at how I read, don't say I'm slow or strange. My thoughts don't travel through the words, they take another lane. Some people learn by listening, some need the quiet of a book. We're all just trying to make the world make sense when we look. The facts say brains are different, no two minds are built the same.
process sound, some process sight, some need movement in the frame. So I judge someone's learning by the way they read a line.
Understanding isn't measured by the speed or shape of rhyme.
So don't you laugh at how I read. Don't say I'm slow or strange. My voice just speaks in other ways. My thoughts don't fit your page. Some people learn by hearing, some by seeing something done. But every way of learning is a brilliant way to learn.
Every way, every way, every way, every way,
Every way,
every way, every way,
every way,
every way, every way, every way,
every way to learn.
every way, every way, every way,
Every way, every mind's a different rhythm, every brain a different beat. So let's lift up every learner